Not safe or support. We'll call the meeting back to order. We're working on House File 2337 as amended. Are there any amendments? Representative Marquardt.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to offer the A27 amendment if I could.
You sure can. A27 members, we should already have that, I believe.
Mr. Chair.
Do we have that? Representative Marquardt.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. As I mentioned before, this impacts Article 2, Section 3 of the bill and Article 2, Section 5 of the bill.
And Representative Marquardt reoffers the A27 amendment. Representative Marquardt.
Very good.
Questions? Representative Portman.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to the amendment.
Okay, please, could you pass, what number is it?
It is the A8 amendment. I think the pages have it.
Okay, if we could pass out the A8 amendment, please.
And then, Mr. Chair, I need Joel Michaels to help me incorporate a change in the language on lines 1.1 and 1.2 so it's properly referring to the A27.
Mr. Michael.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this amendment would be then restyled rather than being an amendment to House File 2337 to delete everything. It would read, moves to amend the Marquardt amendment as parens House File H2337A27 close parens as follows. Page 1 after line 5 insert and then put quotations around page on line 1.3 and then quotations at the very end on on page 17 line 2 or line 1 and then I'm sorry at page 17 line 3.
Okay. So that's friendly. You want to incorporate that as the author?
Mr. Chair, my understanding is if I incorporate that change, I'm not amending my amendment, I'm just incorporating the change into my amendment.
Is there any objection? Okay, we will do that with no objection. Okay, we now have the A8 amendment to the A27 amendment. Representative Portman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I do think that this bill is probably headed, if it stays substantially the same as it is, towards a veto, and that at some point we will do a bill that has things in it that we jointly agree are a good idea and that the governor is likely to sign. And so to a small degree, I feel like I'm putting lipstick on a pig that's headed to slaughter, but I still think it's an important issue.
That was a bit harsh.
I meant the bill, Mr. Chair.
Oh, you're talking about the... Maybe if I hadn't had so many donuts, I wouldn't think like that. Representative Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So what the A8 amendment would do is it would conform the marriage penalty relief in the standard deduction for tax years 2011 and 2012, and then it would provide an ongoing subtraction for future years in the event that the federal standard deduction for married joint filers is less than twice the amount allowed for single filers. The 2011 provision is administered as a refund calculated by the commissioner, just like in Senator Ortman's bill over in the Senate. And the way that it's paid for is through tax havens and foreign royalties. And I don't serve on the Property Tax Committee, but I do believe something rather similar to this was discussed and adopted in the Property Tax Committee, but somehow didn't make it in the Property Tax Division report to this committee.
Okay. I think we're very well aware of this. We've seen it many times.
And I would like a roll call, Mr. Chair.
There'll be a roll call. There's been a roll call request. There will be a roll call. Ms. Templin, do you want to get up and address some of the numbers dealing with the A8 amendment to the A27 amendment?
Mr. Chair, Cynthia Templin, House Fiscal Staff. The A8 amendment, as Representative Portman described, allows for our federal conformity to the marriage penalty for tax year 11 and 12. and in the tails too. The cost or the revenue reduction, the estimated revenue reduction is, for those provisions, is $62.8 million in fiscal 13. The amendment also repeals the foreign royalty subtraction in tax year 12 and allows the tax havens. That raises $125.7 million for a net of $62.8 million in estimated revenue gain. For the tails, the net of the total proposal is about $5.8 million.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Templin, Representative Runback.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I don't know, maybe it's a question of the author. Is that okay?
Sure.
And we have covered this topic over and over and over again. I think it would be, and we've seen all these listing of the tax havens, I wonder if somebody could provide us just a sampling of the listings of the companies that are benefiting major corporations in Minnesota, major employers. I mean, I think it would be very instructive to understand who exactly, we're going after here. I know, I think they're some of Minnesota's finest, and it's really surprising that we keep thinking of them as sort of fodder for huge tax increases. So I think it might be worth getting a list of those out. I think we'd all be we might be a little more reluctant, perhaps, to keep pushing this.
Mr. Chair, I think
Department?
that tax data is private data, so I don't think that we have access to that. But I think you have to look at both sides of the ledger. On the one side of the ledger in my amendment is the 500,000 married couples in the state of Minnesota that would pay higher taxes if we don't adopt this language. And maybe we could get the names of those 500,000 married couples that would be penalized and put it on the other side of the ledger are the companies that are using this particular structure of having maybe a filing cabinet in Grand Cayman. Now, that's a job I would love, by the way, is to babysit the file cabinet in Grand Cayman. But I think you have to look at both sides of the ledger. And if we're going to talk about, getting information on who benefits and naming names, you just kind of have to look at both of the sides.
Representative Hartman, I know you're trying to help here and make it so there'd be a bill that the governor would sign, but last year in the conference committee, the governor's office had no interest in the marriage penalty issue at all. So just a thought. Representative Runbeck, you have the floor.
Well, Mr. Chair, I think this is all a series of priorities we're setting, and at some point I think we've all said jobs and a better economy and a more robust competitive environment for workers is what we're after. So we're making our choice. So thank you.
I think we all understand the issue. Is there anyone in the audience wish to testify for or against this? Please come down.
And, Mr. Chair, I do have a few more comments before we vote.
Certainly. And we'll go Lencheski, and then Portman can wrap it up. Oh, Carlson. We'll go Carlson before Lencheski. Okay, please state your name and who you represent for the record, please. And members, for all the amendments that are come that do the same thing, listen very carefully now so they don't have to come down every time. We'll just go ditto. Please present your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, members, my name is Jill Larson. I'm here representing the Minnesota Business Partnership. I will try to be brief because a couple of the issues addressed in this amendment have been discussed extensively, both in this committee and other committees, so I will try to be brief. I want to focus on two of the provisions in the amendment, and I do have a letter, Mr. Chairman, if I could get the page to pass it out, please.
Yes, members, you should have a letter dated the 15th of March. That'd be yesterday.
Mr. Chairman, my
you have
letter
a different letter?
Sorry, I have a letter, Mr. Chairman. This is from it's a joint letter from the Minnesota Business Partnership, the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, and the Minnesota High Tech Association.
Okay, that'll be passed out. You also have a letter from the British Consulate to the Honorable Greg Davids. I'm going to keep this one. It's kind of cool.
I need the A8.
Yeah. Okay, Ms. Larson.
Mr. Chairman, members, regarding the royalty deduction, this is a joint letter from the High Tech Association. Mr. Carnival was planning on being here to also testify in opposition to any change in the royalty deduction, and being deadline day, I know he's at a different committee right now, but he wanted me to also make sure that, to express it, had he been here, he would have reiterated the High Tech Association's opposition to changes in the royalty deduction. This is a provision that's been around for over 20 years. It was put into place under the Perpich administration for a couple of reasons. One was to incent Minnesota's high-tech and med-tech companies to engage in R&D activity here in Minnesota. They license that technology overseas. That's where the growing market is. The money that's earned comes back as a royalty. The money isn't hidden anywhere. It comes back here. That's why we tax it. It is taxed at a lower, the state does not tax the entire royalty because of the fact that it is foreign income, and because we don't account for the factors, the foreign factors, sales, property, and payroll, that the law was put into effect to tax a portion of it. It has worked. We have one of the premier medical technology industries in the country. We would like to continue that. Please keep in mind, members, that the federal government recently passed a $20 billion tax on the medical device industry. This would be on top of that. Our members are trying to compete in a very, very competitive global market, and this goes in the absolute wrong direction. And also, please keep in mind that this doesn't just hurt the large med tech companies. It hurts their small and mid-sized companies that are their suppliers and their vendors that have grown up around this industry in this state. So we urge you not to change the royalty deduction. With respect to the tax haven issue, Mr. Chairman, members, there's been a lot of, I'm just going to say, misinformation about this. There is no list. The OECD no longer has a quote-unquote tax haven list. The GAO did a study a few years ago and kind of came up with another list, and in fact, the U.S. Treasury Department responded to that study and said, we don't like lists. In fact, let me read to you from the letter that they sent. We remain concerned about the use of lists of so-called tax havens. Such a list may inappropriately negatively affect our economic and other relations with so-called listed countries. The IRS has in place provisions to address these issues. We would prefer that this issue be best left to the IRS, and our Department of Revenue can work in conjunction with them. I think the letter that Chair Davids referenced from the British consulate brings up some of these same issues, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Hesse. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Ms. Larson, first of all, so at the federal level, there is no list. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding, Mr. Chairman, is that no, there is not. There are mechanisms in place to address issues of the way that people, file their taxes. But my understanding, Mr. Chairman, is that the OECD about 12 years ago had a so-called list, and those countries on that list, many of which are listed in the amendment, have since entered into agreements with other governments for transparency and sharing of information, and so therefore they no longer are on the list.
Okay. And I notice in the letter you put out here, we've got the head person at the business partnership, Mr. Charlie Weaver, and then you have the president of the Minnesota Chamber. Who's the president of the High Tech Association?
Mr. Chairman, members, I don't know if it's president or, but the executive director there is Margaret Anderson Kelleher. I don't decide how this went through their government relations committee and their board, and
So the former speaker's group supports your position?
Mr. Chairman, members, yes.
Okay, Mr. Hesse?
Mr. Chair, for the record, my name is Tom Hesse. I'm with the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce. I just will say I agree with everything Ms. Larson said, and just with respect to the tax havens, the letter from the British consulate is just one example of concerned nations. As you recall, several years ago, Latvia was contacting the governor's office about this legislation when it was being proposed. The nation of Luxembourg also weighed in. I've heard from Netherlands as well that even though they're not listed in the amendment, that there's some concern about exactly what Ms. Larson talked about, is this interferes with, they feel, trade and is just not the right tax policy to to move us in a direction to facilitate foreign commerce. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, we'll go Carlson, Lincheski, Gavel. Representative Carlson.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Larson answered one of my questions, which was when that law had been changed relative to royalties, and you said 20 years ago. My recollection, wasn't there a change maybe about that same period of time with the FOCs?
Ms. Larson.
Mr. Chairman, members, yes, we went to unitary reporting in the early 80s, and the royalty deduction, I think, was implemented in 1988, and the Foreign Operating Corporation law may have been changed in that same year.
So the point I was going to make then was that, that's not like some tax policies, a long history. Roughly 30 years or so ago. But the other question that I had was dealing with the list, because that surfaced, some of you might remember, some of us were involved in a debate yesterday dealing with some of the same funding sources. And you indicated that there was no longer this list developed, but then you did say that the IRS was empowered to develop some sort of a list. And is that a list then that would be of public information or not?
Ms. Larson.
In terms of the tax haven countries?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Carlson, my understanding is that the IRS prefers to address tax issues through other mechanisms of enforcement, not by putting together a list per se.
Representative Carlson.
Okay, I maybe misunderstood you. I thought earlier you were referencing that they would develop some sort of a list, at least for internal work or whatever. Okay, at any rate, my question was, whatever their list and or policy relative to tax havens is that public information then?
Ms. Larson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Carlson, I would assume, I think you can go on their website and they have information about it. But I apologize if I misspoke. The U.S. Treasury has said that they don't like having a quote-unquote list.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman,
Carlson.
Maybe I misunderstood as well, so that's fine. And I had, in asking the question, I assumed that would be public information or some policy that would be available. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Carlson. Representative Lincheski.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to support the Hortman amendment. Members, I think both of these concepts we're talking about now is Representative Hortman's trying to make sure that all married Minnesotans get their income tax cut that President Obama and President Bush thought they should have and that the Congress passed. She's just trying to make sure that those federal income tax cuts for 577,000 Minnesotans get passed on to our state residents. And short of her amendment, they're getting an income tax increase. It's as simple as that. And I understand that people don't want to pay for things, but the fact that we're doing this proves this thing we talk about all the time in here. You do have to balance. You do have to balance a budget. You have to pay for an amendment, and that's what we're doing here now. So I think Ms. Larson and Mr. Hesse, and in fact the former speaker through the Minnesota High Tech Association, I understand why they might not want to see that they're going to chip in with a slight increase, some of them. But it is about choices. It's either they have to get a little bit of a tax increase or every married Minnesotan does. That's what the amendment is. You can pick one or the other. If you vote against the Hortman amendment, you think it's more important that these companies do not chip a little more revenue in, so important that you don't want Minnesotans who are married to avoid an income tax increase. That's what this vote is. 577,000 Minnesotans are receiving an income tax increase as they file their taxes right now. And so how does that work? For those of us who file your own taxes, or even if you're plugging them into TurboTax, or if you hire someone to do your taxes for them, call them and ask them. You fill out your federal side, you go over to the state side, and you get to a line that says, due to the fact that the Minnesota legislature didn't conform, you get to add back a liability, and you get an income tax increase. That's exactly how it works. So Representative Hortman is making sure that every Minnesotan who is married receives the income tax increase, income tax cut that President Obama copied from President Bush. This is a bipartisan, long-term objective to say we don't want, because you're married, that you get penalized in the income tax system. The fact that Minnesota hasn't conformed is a travesty in my estimation, and people know that this committee, the minority, tried repeatedly last year to get that fixed. And we said that come this year now, we're going to see all the married folks figuring out that they get to not get their tax cut that Congress gave them. This allows us to fix this right now. Representative Hortman's amendment is not for 2012. It's for tax year 2011 right now. Or we can, we can instead not have some of the business community have to chip in a little more. In a perfect world, we don't want anyone to have to. But we do have to make choices, and members, on those choices, the royalty subtraction, there are excellent arguments, as you've just heard. What you have to know is federal tax officials are expressing repeated concerns about the recharacterization of artificially shifting income into foreign countries that have lower tax rates through something called transfer pricing. And, folks should understand what's going on in transfer pricing. This is not just, we're picking on people. What that means is when the transfer pricing is going on, the company gets to be on both sides of the debate. They're setting their own price so that they can move and count things differently for tax purposes. And as Ms. Larson said, they're not doing anything wrong. It's not illegal. It's the law. This bill allows us to change that law. The growth in what's going on here is astronomical. 58% over the last, I can hand you all the study, but nonpartisan groups, 58% of profits are being attributed to low-tax foreign countries. If you think that some of these countries are making their profits 58% at a P.O. box, how is that possible? Where are their employees? Where are their factories? This is an ongoing problem. We've heard people say in this committee before that we wish Congress would take care of it. I do too. But right now, this year, right now, our married residents, every one of them is going to get an income tax increase if we do not conform to the provisions of Congress passed by President Obama, copying President Bush. So that's the vote. And I wish it wasn't this way. I really do. But we are limited around here. We don't have unlimited money, Mr. Chair, as you know, and we're trying to follow what we are guessing must be your target on your spreadsheet. So this is one way to make sure all of our residents who are married are not going to get an income tax increase. Please vote for the Hortman amendment.
My, oh my, what a difference a year makes. Members that are talking as such voted against this in the conference report. We voted for it. The governor vetoed it. So a year makes, I guess, a great difference, because when we had the chance to do it, the bill was vetoed. And so here we sit today. And I want my bill signed. And the Hortman amendment, the 88 amendment to the 827 amendment, makes the bill less likely to be signed, because the governor, after we repeatedly tried to get the marriage penalty issue taken care of, had absolutely no interest in it. Representative Bisgins and Gavel. Representative Bisgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just very quickly, I know today is going to be long and we've got some passionate differences of agreement, but I'd caution every member against saying, and if you don't vote for X, Y, or Z, this is what you believe. Come on. Don't tell me what I believe. I'll vote one way or another believing what I believe. All right? We don't have to be putting words in anyone's mouths.
Representative Gottwald.
Well, Mr. Chair, I was going to wave this off. I think we know what this is. It's a gotcha tactic, but I think what these letters before us and what the testimony from the Minnesota Business Partnership points out is there is an opportunity cost, folks. When you create an uneven playing field, you're absolutely right, Representative Linchewski, this should be handled at the federal level. But what this does is create an uneven playing field that puts Minnesota at a competitive disadvantage. The result of that, as much as I'm concerned about our married couples, is we get couples who are out of work, who lose good-paying jobs. We lose tax revenues. You keep talking about paying for things. It's hard to pay for things when businesses aren't able to create jobs. These are good-paying jobs. I mean, take a look at this stuff. I'm not saying that all of these are going to disappear as a result of this, but you keep talking about ways to make Minnesota less competitive instead of more competitive. So I agree with you, Representative Linczewski. Let's fix it at the federal level. Let's not make Minnesota less competitive and put people out of work, which I think is even worse than paying more on your income taxes.
Representative Hortman, if you want to wrap it up, then we'll take the vote on this amendment.
No, Mr. Chair, I think my other comments were really to the bill, so I'll wait.
Okay. The committee legislative assistant will take the roll.
Chair Davids. Representative Loon. Representative Linczewski.
Yes.
Representative Anderson. No. Representative Bills.
No.
Representative Biskins.
No.
Representative Carlson.
Yes.
Representative Crawford is excused. Representative Dabney is excused. Representative Dupke.
No.
Representative Downey.
No.
Representative Drzeskowski.
No.
Representative Erickson.
No.
Representative Garofalo. Representative Gottwalt.
No.
Representative Hortman.
Aye.
Representative Kiffmeyer.
No.
Representative Knuth. Representative Knuth is excused. Representative Coonan.
Yes.
Representative Lesh.
Aye.
Representative Loeffler.
Yes.
Representative Mack.
No.
Representative Marquardt.
Yes.
Representative Myra.
No.
Representative Paymar.
Yes.
Representative Rukavina. Representative Rukavina is excused. Representative Runbeck.
No.
Representative Tilbury. Representative Tilbury is excused. Representative Wardlow.
No.
There being 16 noes and 8 ayes, the motion does not prevail. Item next, Representative Loeffler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the A5 amendment to the A27, to amend the A27 Marquardt amendment with the A5, incorporating Mr. Michael's language related to making sure that this is in the right place. And I would ask for a roll call.
Roll call's been requested. Mr. Michael will make the changes if there's no objection. Seeing no objection, Mr. Michael will make the proper changes to put this in order. Do we have the amendment?
Our staff has the amendment. It's the A5. And I also have
Please, if we could get the amendments flowing a little quicker here, that'd be just wonderful. Let's get those passed out. And then have the next one ready to go, too, if you would, please. A roll call has been requested. Representative Loeffler, why don't you, if you could please start to describe.
I would be
the
glad
amendment.
to, Mr. Chair. This is one I'm sure you're not surprised at. It removes the renter's credit as the basis for paying for reductions in the commercial, industrial, seasonal, recreation, property tax breaks. So there's, it leaves our current property tax system as it is. There's a small revenue cost associated with that because we just don't have enough poor renters in this state, I guess. And so it closes that by adjustments to the unitary sales and REITs. And I will be glad to give you my rationale while people are waiting to get the language. I mean, I think it's unfair to have low-income renters, seniors, and the disabled fund corporate tax breaks, and for businesses of any size, and I think it's not a good idea for a variety of reasons. One, we heard testimony the other day that it'll have a devastating impact on about 320,000 very low-income people throughout our state. That's the equivalent of about 8 legislative districts of people, but they're in every part of our state. We heard testimony. It's used for very basic things like, getting the car maintained, paying for co-pays on medical costs and other sorts of things, school supplies, and that it's, the reduction in eligibility income levels means that 1 out of 4 people who currently get the renter's credit will no longer be eligible, dropping the non-seniors and non-disabled to $20,000 in income is just, I think, unconscionable when we have provisions in here that will provide property tax relief to people of unlimited income. And so, in terms of the targeting, It's also, rental taxes have gone up far more than business taxes. If we're going to look at who's really been suffering with the impacts of increased property taxes, our rental taxes statewide went up 7% by apartments and 10% for low-income apartments just between 2011 and 2012, while our largest businesses saw a 2.3% increase. It doesn't have any unfunded budget tails, which I think is a good advantage. We're approaching our property tax relief as well, and it's not justified on the data. I was able to get from the Department of Revenue, I'd asked in an earlier hearing for this, that already the four-county metro percent of rent that's taxes is 15.7%. Using 2009 data, that's 3 years ago, the range goes up to 16.9%. Non-metro, blended with that, we show statewide that we're there already, particularly when you consider the increases that have taken place since 2009. It's good for our economy. These monies circulate immediately within our economy, and if you look at the letter that I did not solicit, I had never met this person. I got this email. I don't know if she sent it to other people on the committee, but the letter that I circulated is a woman who is a small business owner with her husband, and they have had an experience through their faith community of trying to make a budget for the kind of families that are served by the renter's credit, and none of the groups coming from Minnetonka could make it through 1 month without going into the red. And they state in this letter that they want to assure us, as the accountant for her business, she says, I can assure the tax committee that any decrease in property tax will have absolutely no bearing on future hiring. We do plan to hire based on increased sales. If our property taxes go down as a business, it will be money in our pocket. Most likely, a renter will spend a tax credit in the community on necessities they might otherwise not afford. If our business sees a commercial property tax credit, it will flow to our family as income and go into savings where there is no boost to the local economy. I think this is good for our seniors and disabled and others. It has an immediate economic impact. It doesn't make unfunded promises before we have our fiscal house in order. And I don't think it's... I think this reflects the kind of values that I think we should all stand up for. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Is there anyone from the audience who would like to testify? Please state your name and who represent for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tom Hesse, Minnesota Chamber of Commerce. Again, we would oppose the amendment I've already spoke on the statewide property tax. The unitary provision is also, we consider a significant tax increase on our members, and we would urge you to support that as well, to oppose that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from members? The Committee Legislative Assistant will take the roll on the A.
Mr. Chair? I guess I...
Oh, Representative Markwart.
Thank you. Just, I was waiting for the testifier to be completed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I do think this is the defining issue of this bill, is how we're paying for it through the renter's credit, and I appreciate Representative Loeffler bringing this forward. I am a cabin owner, and I don't know how many other folks here on the committee have a cabin, but I do. Fortunate to have one. And based on the market value of my cabin, my statewide property tax is about $400. And when this is fully phased in, I will have a $400 property tax benefit. With the statistics that Representative Loeffler alluded to, the average renter's cut to a senior or those with disabilities is $103. So it's going to take 4 senior citizens to pay my tax benefit. So let's assume that I've called a meeting at the local diner, and I am sitting, and I invited 4 of my senior citizens' friends to go out for breakfast with me. And I would suggest to them, you know what, I would like a tax break on my, not my main residence, but actually on my second home. I need a tax break on my second home, and I can do that if each one of you earning between $10,000 and $20,000 would chip in $100 for me to pay my tax break. In good conscience, I cannot ask those folks to do that. And quite honestly, I didn't hear the seasonal recreational people say anywhere, I want senior citizens to pay for my tax benefit. And I have not heard anyone from the business community say, I want senior citizens to pay for my tax benefit. I've heard no one say that. So it really comes back to me is, why is it in the bill? And I'm willing to assume that not one member around this table, if you're at that breakfast with those senior citizens, whether or not you're a business owner or a seasonal rec owner, would say, would you please give me $100 for my tax benefit? I don't think one member would do that. And yet, I think when all is said and done today, the majority is going to vote to do just that. And I really don't understand it because, this is the tax committee. This is the committee where everyone knows where every little dollar is nestled away. And after we scoured high and low and sideways and back and forth, what the majority has come up with to pay for this, just in the first year, not ultimately, is the renter's credit. I don't understand that. I think that's extreme. And I just think that sends such a strong message, is that we are going, the majority here, and I think the vote that will be taken at the end is going to say, we are going to provide huge tax benefits for corporations and others at the expense of our senior citizens and those with disability. And I think that is just absolutely wrong. I think it's the wrong values, absolutely the wrong priorities, and the wrong things to put in this bill. And so, members, please vote yes on this amendment. I mean, like I said, there are tons of other ways to pay for this. I know not one single member sitting at that table in that diner would ask senior citizens to foot the bill for their tax benefit. I know not one single member, and yet members are going to vote to do that. I simply don't understand it, and you can wonder why the public is looking at this and wondering, where are the priorities? How can we do that? And, members, we've just voted several times, and I've heard huge defense for protecting the foreign operating corporations, and yet I don't think members flinched at all when the bill came out and senior citizens, those with disability, were losing a tax benefit. Members, I don't understand. Please vote yes on the Loeffler amendment.
Representative Kiffmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the things, and I've heard this argument meant before, it sounds like this is more of a welfare program and an approach to take to it. And I think there may be good expenditures that folks do, but what I recall is that the purpose of the renter's credit refund program was based upon property taxes paid, and that it was tied to the fact that they pay rent. And so the property, based upon the property taxes paid. And so I just thought that, that was the function of this particular program. And there may be, incidentally, when they get that credit back, that they may use it for a variety of constructive purposes. But that was my understanding, that that was the purpose of this program.
Representative Loeffler renews her motion. Who does? Oh, Representative Loeffler.
Mr. Chair, I can't let that stand because I don't think we would ever refer to the homestead credit, the targeting, any of the property tax relief programs that we've provided to people who are paying property taxes and we recognize that sometimes those property taxes are high in relation to their income, is welfare. We don't ask our homeowners, we don't ask anyone else who gets property tax relief through our refund programs to justify their expenditures. Because this group was singled out, groups that are concerned about low-income and moderate-income people and seniors and people with serious disabilities who struggle on very, very low incomes. We asked them to come in and demonstrate what the impact would be. Just as if I would hope that if you were going to get rid of, the targeting, maybe you could invite other people to come in and say, what would that mean to their family budget? But I don't think we should ever say earned property tax relief based on the percentage of your rent that constitutes taxes is in any way a welfare program. I shared information that was given to me by the Department of Revenue that says this clearly is justifiable on the data of what percent of rent constitutes property taxes, even using older data.
Representative Erickson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. Remember, we're one of 11 states that provides this very generous benefit to our renters, and we are above other states in the percentage that we provide. We're not doing away with the renter's credit. We are bringing it much more in line with other states that have it. And I think we should be saluting the fact that we provide this instead of making it sound like it's doom and gloom because we're taking it away. We're not taking it away. We're reducing it so it's more in line with what is going on in the nation for within those states that have a renter credit.
Representative Lencheski, then Carlson. Representative Lencheski.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if anybody, and maybe it's you, Mr. Chair, as the author of the bill, but anybody can explain to me, because I don't support reducing the renter's credit, but why just pick on the renters? I mean, why not reduce the circuit breaker for all the homeowners? I mean, is that welfare too?
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Chairman, in responding to the comments made by Representative Kiffmeyer in terms of what kind of program this is, I no longer own any rental property, but I did for many years. And one of the things that I had to do by a date certain after the first of the year was calculate based on the rent that I had collected and the amount of property taxes that I had paid, and I had to give a form, I forget what it's called because it's been a few years, as to what percentage of their rent was property taxes. And that's what was based in terms of the credit that they received. And so to say it is some sort of a welfare program is totally inappropriate. We provide all kinds of property tax relief to various property owners. And I think appropriately so, because it is a regressive tax. It's not based on ability to pay. But, I was on the other side of the equation and providing that information to the people that rented in my property, our properties.
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I've heard this several times. I thought this was just people keeping their own money. I've heard that before. I mean, I think that's part of this. But there are, I think, D.C. and 11 or 12 other states. But on a chart here that was passed out by House Research back on, it's March 13th, there are at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 states that have a higher percent of rent constituting tax than what Minnesota has, even at the current 17. And so, I think this is good because, as Representative Carlson said, there is no doubt that in someone's rent they are paying property taxes. I mean, I don't think anyone disputes that. That number, yes, we can talk about that, but to suggest that this is welfare and not based on, whatever, it just is totally inaccurate.
Representative Guzikowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Mr. Chair, I'd like to weigh in. I'm curious exactly how we got to this point where we have this subsidy program. Some may not want to call it welfare, but it's at least a subsidy. Representative, people who are on this renter's credit do not pay property taxes. The person who owns the building pays the property taxes. Let's be straight here. This has been written into law over time to somehow describe people who are paying rent as paying something in lieu of property taxes. The person taking the risk in these businesses that are rental businesses is the business owner, not the person renting. We have created a subsidy here that, unfortunately, we've created another item of dependency in government that we're struggling to even get down to the number that the people who design this thing seem to agree that it's supposed to be, an index on the amount that's attributable to property taxes by the owner. So if that's the case, if we're going to follow through what the intent of this really was, let's go to 15%. It's supposed to be 14 point something. All we're asking is to go to the number that was originally intended here. I think many of us will argue we shouldn't have this subsidy program to begin with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman?
Representative Kiffmeyer?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I started out talking, that's what I exactly said was, it's being talked about as if it were, and my contention that it is not. All right? It is not. It's a program, a tax program or tax benefit program or reimbursement, whatever you want to call it. I clearly said that it's being talked about that way, but I say it is not. I just wanted to clarify that, Mr. Chairman, for the record.
Thank you. Representative Loeffler renews her motion that the A5 amendment be added to the A27 amendment that would be on the H2337 bill as amended. Did I say that right? Okay. The committee legislative assistant will take the roll.
Chair Davids.
No.
Representative Loon. No. Representative Lincheski.
Yes.
Representative Anderson.
No.
Representative Bills.
No.
Representative Biskins.
No.
Representative Carlson.
Yes.
Representative Depke.
No.
Representative Downey.
No.
Representative Drazkowski.
No.
Representative Erickson.
No.
Representative Garofalo.
No.
Representative Gottwalt.
No.
Representative Portman.
Yes.
Representative Kiffmeyer.
No.
Representative Knuth.
Yes.
Representative Coonan.
Yes.
Representative Lesh.
Aye.
Representative Loeffler.
Yes.
Representative Mack.
No.
Representative Markwart.
Yes.
Representative Myra.
No.
Representative Paymar.
Yes.
Representative Runbeck.
No.
Representative Tilbury. Representative Tilbury is excused. Representative Wardlow.
No.
There being 16 noes and 9 yes, the motion does not prevail. Item next, Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have the A6 amendment.
Representative Lesh moves the A6 amendment to the A27 amendment to H2337 as amended.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the Governor's Jobs Now tax credit. And what it does, for those of you who are a fan of tax credits, it takes care of that. So if you like tax cuts, this is the amendment for you. And the benefit of it is that you don't even have to pay for it this year because you got to have a person employed for a year in order to take advantage of the credit. Now, this morning on my way in on NPR, I heard Major Aaron Krenz. He's over in Kuwait right now, working with our soldiers to make sure that they're prepared to have a job when they come back. And they're going to be coming back pretty soon here over the course of the next few months, reintegrating. And one of the major concerns of the Department of the Red Bulls is the employment of those soldiers going forward. This would say that if you're a recent grad or a qualified unemployed person or one of those qualified soldiers, and you're a job creator and you created a job, even if you're going to create it anyway, you get $3,000 tax credit if you keep that person on for a year. If you wait half the year to do it, then it gets cut in half. You wait until after December 31st, then it's $1,500. But once they're on for a year, then the money is appropriated out of those increased revenues in order to pay for it. This is accountability for saying that you're going to create jobs with the money that government gives you. Now, no mistake about it, the free unaccountable money that you already get in this bill, the companies, that's still there. It doesn't take away from that. This just adds even more money if you are willing to actually be accountable for creating the jobs that you said you were going to with that money. And it's incentive to hire these soldiers and these unemployed individuals. Now, members, we talked about cars before, and there's the other car that I drove in high school, or I got the opportunity to drive, was a 1975 Chevy Nova, and it was also a horrible car. It didn't serve my purposes at all. I couldn't get a single date for it to save my life. And there's a reason for that, but it was also, I'll tell you, when Chevy tried to market that car in Latin America, they ran into a problem because the name in Spanish means it doesn't go. Let's not have this bill be a Chevy Nova. Let's have it be a 2012 Mustang Shelby GT. Little tire chirping on this thing. With this amendment, we're turning this bill into a Mustang. So vote yes.
Okay, Representative Lesh moves the A6 amendment, and Mr. Michael will make the amendment appropriate to the A27 amendment. The committee legislative assistant has to do that.
Oh, well.
I don't know. Okay. The committee legislative assistant will make sure that each of these amendments is correct to the A27 amendment.
Thank you,
I need
Mr.
to say
Chair.
that each time.
And ask for roll call.
Ask for roll call. There will be roll call. Discussion to the bill. Representative Brunbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of reasons to really object to this amendment. I mean, it has wonderful purpose and a wonderful goal. But I just think that it is so distorting of the market. I mean, it's distorting of a particular employer's wage scale, undoubtedly, because I don't know what the wage is. $30,000, I'm not sure what that is. In fact, would Representative Lesh yield to a question? Somebody?
Representative, you can ask him a question.
I'm just looking to clarify what the wage, you have to offer what wage for the person?
Representative Lesh.
Representative Gavel has some money he's willing to hand out. I'm not. Mr. Chair, there's no criteria for the wage in here. Unless someone can correct me, you provide a job, you provide a job.
Representative Brunbeck.
No, the section definition 216 says wages are attributable to Minnesota under section 290. Is that?
Mr. Michael, is there a wage referred to
That just means they have to work here.
on 2.2? Okay, Representative Brunbeck.
I'm sorry. What do we know what their wage is
Mr.
required?
Michael.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Runbuck, if you look on page 2 of the amendment, lines 20 to 21, in the definition of a full-time employee, which is what you need to hire in order to qualify for this, it says the employee's total compensation, including benefits not mandated by law, is at least 20.
I see.
I stand corrected.
All right. Well, just in general, I mean, we've seen, this is an idea that's been around forever. Lots of the literature says this really doesn't work. It really, ignores the fact that employers hire for a heck of a lot of other reasons. They're hiring on the basis of merit and on the basis of what this, qualifications and job needs and so on and so forth. I worry about what kind of a bureaucracy we're setting up with this. I mean, there's an incredible amount of hurdles to file and apply and monitor and qualify. This is insane. I'm sorry. We just can't go this way. This isn't how the market works. And the whole idea of saying there's a certain classification of employee that's somehow more desirable, this is a dangerous path to go down, even though, yes, we want to do and help a lot of employers, unemployed folks to gain jobs. But I think this is really not a satisfactory method.
Mr. Chair?
Representative Lesh.
I won't even mention the number of times I've heard today about this, that this is the very reason why employers do hire people, that I've heard multiple times, tax cuts. So we'll just leave that aside for now. But employers don't have to apply for this. If you don't want it, don't apply for it. It's just a simple extra incentive to hire our soldiers and unemployed people that are coming back to get reemployed. And if you're an employer that wants to take advantage of that and you hire someone, you were going to hire them anyway, you can apply for it. If not, and you don't want to go through what you just described as a headache of filling out a form, then don't do it.
Okay, is there anyone from the audience that wishes to testify for or with concerns on the A6 amendment? Any member questions? The committee legislative assistant will take the roll.
Chair Davids.
No.
Representative Loon. Representative Linczewski.
Yes.
Representative Anderson.
No.
Representative Bills. Representative Biskins.
No.
Representative Carlson.
Yes.
Representative Dupke.
No.
Representative Downey.
No.
Representative Drazkowski. Representative Erickson.
No.
Representative Garofalo. Representative Gottwalt.
No.
Representative Hortman.
Yes.
Representative Kiffmeyer.
No.
Representative Knuth.
Yes.
Representative Coonan.
Yes.
Representative Lesh.
Yes.
Representative Loeffler.
Yes.
Representative Mack.
No.
Representative Marquardt.
Yes.
Representative Myra.
No.
Representative Paymar.
Yes.
Representative Runbeck.
No.
Representative Tilbury. Representative Tilbury is excused. Representative Wardlow.
No.
Representative Bills. Representative Bills is excused.
There being 15 noes and 9 ayes, the motion does not prevail. Item next, Representative Knuth moves the A17 amendment as the committee legislative assistant will correct it to go on to the A27 amendment. Representative Knuth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the help with getting the amendment corrected. So, members, we've heard a lot today about what this bill does in terms of taking away tax benefits to lower-income Minnesotans and some seniors and disabled people, basically by cutting the renter's credit in various ways, and then uses some of that money to cut the commercial industrial property tax as well as the statewide property tax on seasonal recreation property. And we've taken a number of votes trying to show that these are not the priorities Minnesotans want, increasing taxes on lower income people and giving tax benefits to corporations and seasonal property owners. And I'm assuming if you own a seasonal property, you are probably doing all right if you can manage to maintain a second residence. And so what this amendment does is basically makes it clear to Minnesotans. Well, Representative Marquardt was talking about his seasonal property, and he was saying he didn't need this cut in his property taxes. He didn't.
I don't want to take it.
He doesn't want to take it from seniors, and I agree with him. But, members, what this amendment does is basically it makes it clear the priorities in this bill to seasonal recreation property owners. So it basically requires a notice to be included in their tax statement that the tax amount has been reduced due to the general tax, the state general tax amount has been reduced due to property tax refund, to cuts in the property tax refund payment to renters, including senior citizens and disabled people. So if we're going to do what I think are misplaced priorities and prioritize these corporate tax cuts over keeping a very progressive tax program for our renters, then I think we should at least let people in Minnesota know about it on their tax statements. And so that's what it does. It basically just requires a notice on the seasonal rec property tax statement that their state general fund tax has been reduced because of cuts to property tax refunds to renters, including senior citizens and disabled people.
Thank you, Representative Knuth.
And, Mr. Chair, could I get a roll call on this bill?
Absolutely.
Or amendment?
There will be a roll call. If we could get the next amendment at the front here so we can move things a little better here. Okay, discussion. Anyone from the audience wish to testify for or against the A17 amendment as corrected by the committee legislative assistant? The committee legislative assistant will take the roll.
Chair Davids.
No.
Representative Loon. Representative Linczewski.
Yes.
Representative Anderson.
No.
Representative Bills. Representative Biskins.
No.
Representative Carlson.
Yes.
Representative Dupke.
No.
Representative Downey.
No.
Representative Drazkowski.
No.
Representative Erickson.
No.
Representative Garofalo.
No.
Representative Gottwalt.
No.
Representative Hortman.
Aye.
Representative Kiffmeyer.
No.
Representative Knuth.
Yes.
Representative Coonan.
Yes.
Representative Lesh. Representative Loeffler.
Yes.
Representative Mack.
No.
Representative Markwart.
Yes.
Representative Myra.
No.
Representative Paymar.
Yes.
Representative Runbeck.
No.
Representative Tilbury. Representative Wardlow.
No.
Representative Bills. Representative Bills is excused. Representative Tilbury. Representative Tilbury is excused. And Representative Lesh is excused.
Thank you, Mike. There being 15 noes and 8 ayes, the motion does not prevail. Item next, A16 amendment, Representative Lincheski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's, I think people are getting it now. I have a handout to go with it.
Representative Lincheski moves the A16 amendment as corrected by the Committee Legislative Assistant to fit into A27. If we could get the next amendment here, too, that'd
Thank
be
you,
great.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Lincheski.
Members, if you have the newspaper article here, it's got a picture of Representative Doubt. I think this will help you understand what I'm doing here. I modeled my bill on this newspaper article. And not all of these bills, it was kind of hard to do because not all of these bills, some of them are changing and not all of them are introduced in a way that necessarily fits what I'm trying to do here, but I think you can understand it. And just, so Mr. Chair, here's the salient point of the article. This said that a month into session, and I'm not going to read the article, obviously, there were a lot of bills being introduced by the majority to change eligibility rules for the poor in Minnesota. And these bills described in this article say that we should implement drug screening for folks who are enrolled in MFIP, and that people who reside in another state for at least 60 days would not be allowed to receive benefits, and that we would limit lifetime benefits now at 60 months to 36, and that we would drop income eligibility levels from 115% to 100 of federal poverty, so just down to folks who make over, we're going to only give help to folks who earn under $19,000 a year for a family of 3. So as members know, most of the assistance that the wealthy and corporations receive actually doesn't happen in the Health Committee, it happens in the Tax Committee. And so because this new bill has a lot more of those benefits being created for some very wealthy Minnesotans, I wanted to implement that same standard. So if I can, Mr. Chair, I think if you look on page 1 of the amendment, you can see the definitions, particularly on lines 1.11 and 1.12, that will talk about the pass-through entities and the owners and the, who are going to get the share of the credit, and the officers of the corporation, the chief executive, and if you move, if you move down to what we're talking about, you can see the list. I won't read them all. On page 1, going on to page 2, we give out tax credits for transit passes. We give out Job Zs, biotech and health science zone credits, biotech health credits, international economic development zones, and it goes on and on, the angel credit, the seed credit, the bovine TV, the credit for the historic rehab. And so all I'm limiting it is so that the folks who are very wealthy have to meet the same requirements that the very poor have to meet to receive their cash assistance. And so further on in subdivision 3, Mr. Chair, on lines 2.6, and again, this was modeled after members' bills in the majority, we will ask that the wealthy will be required to have a drug test to screen before they can receive these tax benefits. And on line 2.10, people who test positive for illegal controlled substances will no longer receive their tax credits. People who are, I won't go into all the provision about how you can, wait 6 months, you get denied the credit, and then if you can have a few clean drug tests, you can come back and try again. But in subdivision 4, we're going to have that corporate welfare recipients, and that's a pejorative term. We can just call it tax preferences. but I'm modeling the bills that I was looking at. They have to live in Minnesota for 60 days. As you know, many of these credits don't even go to Minnesotans, so they would no longer qualify for these benefits. One of the bills had, if you've ever had a drug offense for 10 years prior, you could not receive a tax credit, so we would do that here. The income limit, members, is found on line 2.32, so we're just going to ask people to earn over $1 million. That, the income eligibility for public assistance for the poor was dropped to $19,000 in income. So we're just going to ask people who earn over $1 million to lose these benefits. And if you go to the top of page 3, you can see the duties of the commissioner, and you can read all of these. Again, these are all ideas that other members came up with for poor Minnesotans. So, I can get into it. I think you get the general point, members, and I hope folks can vote yes on this amendment.
Representative Hortman, Wardlow, then Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Lincheski, I couldn't read it as fast as you were going through it, but I was wondering if there's anywhere in here that it says that the corporation can't buy cigarettes or beer with their tax credit.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Hortman, I missed that one. I was modeling just the bills in this article and trying to apply it on the other end of the tax preferences.
Representative Hortman. Representative Wardlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of questions for you, Representative Lincheski. As you know, the federal constitution and the state constitution require that laws be applied in equal manner and treat people equally of different classes, and that if there's going to be a disparate treatment as between two groups of people on some distinction, that there at least has to be some kind of rational basis for it. So first, I'm curious what the rational basis for doing drug testing for people who make $1 million or more, as opposed to people that do not make $1 million in a year is. Now, what's the rational basis there, and how does it relate to the policy objective of the bill here, or the amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, Representative Wardlow, I modeled other folks' bills. I guess I'm willing to increase that if you'd like me to. That's the same criticism you'd have of the bills I'm copying. But we can ask, I'd be happy if Mr. Chair would allow Mr. Michael to explain the constitutionality. Tax credits, members, we pick and choose who gets them all the time. In fact, let's just take the Angel tax credit. Representative Downey can explain to you that you have to be qualified, and to be qualified, you have to be very wealthy, and you have to do all kinds of things to even be able to qualify for some of these provisions. So we're picking within all the things we're handing out now. So if my guess is the chair doesn't want Mr. Michael to talk about this, but I'd be happy to hear it.
I'd be happy to have him talk about it.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Michael. Mr. Michael, just how unconstitutional is this amendment?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I would say initially there would be a problem with trying to restrict these kinds of tax credits to residents only, largely because that runs afoul of the Commerce Clause restrictions and potentially the Privileges and Immunities Clause. With regard to, my coming up with a rational basis, I think Representative Lincheski can talk about what her rationale was for this, and the rest of you can judge whether that's rational or not.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Wardlow, still has the floor.
That's all, Mr. Chair. Thanks.
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Mr. Chair, members, I have written a couple of bills related to drug testing for people on welfare benefits, and one of the things that we have avoided is worked to avoid is some of the constitutional questions. I know Michigan had a bill a few years ago that was claimed to be unconstitutional by the courts or ruled to be. And there's recently one in Florida that is currently under review by the courts. And so I think beginning on page 3, Representative Lancheski, that might be problematic. But, you know, it's important to note here, we are talking about potentially drug testing people for the ability to keep more of their own money. And that's what you're doing here. You're drug testing people to allow them to, or the government to take less of their money than they would otherwise. So I find that to be problematic. The other efforts around drug testing have actually been to require or create the drug testing requirement to prove that people are clean who are actually being given other people's money. And so I think that's an important distinction here, and I see the amendment as very problematic. Thank you.
Representative Loeffler?
Well, Mr. Chair, if the author wanted to respond to that, I think she had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Lancheski.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Drazkowski, tax credits are other people's money. We all pay for them. Same thing. The tax credit is a check written by all of the taxpayers to this business to do an activity. It isn't a tax cut. It's actually a check that we all have to either forgo less government and pay the same taxes, or we have to pay higher taxes so that these other people can get these tax credits from us. It's the identical thing. It's not drafted in the way you're referencing it. The list of tax credits are there. These are checks that are received after these businesses do these activities, and they have no legal right to them at all. It is not their money. It is coming from everybody's constituents right here at this table. And there's really no difference.
Representative Loeffler?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think Representative Lancheski, you're onto something here, and I know you just focused it on the bills that are moving and being seriously considered this year in terms of new requirements, but I hope that we have agreement that this is a way to go, and we can then impose. But I think to be totally fair, we'd have to put the same existing requirements on, which are financial disclosure. Everyone who applies for these limited benefits has to fill out about it. I think it's an 18, maybe it's 19-page form in which they have to detail every little piece of their financial history, their current assets going back 5 years, the value of every single vehicle, boat, snowmobile, car that they might own, and their limits on the values of those. They'll have to sell those before they can qualify. They're going to have to disclose every relationship of every person who shares their household and what their income is. And for the benefit of filling out 18 pages of their financial history, they will get generally about $500 a month, an amount that has not been increased in any way for any inflation since 1986. And $500 a month will not get you a coat closet in terms of rental in the Twin Cities. And so I think that if we're going to go this route, I kind of like it, and I hope that we will look into the financial disclosure as well. It shouldn't just be because you own a business you get it. You ought to show that you have some need as well.
Representative Gottwald, Knuth, and Downey. Representative Gottwald.
I don't think I raised my hand.
Hold on, excuse me, Representative Knuth.
Otherwise, I can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to clarify one thing that was asked earlier. I'm trying not to say the name, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
I think Representative, or the amendment is not about having drug tests for people earning over $1 million versus people earning less than $1 million. It's the tax credit will only go to people earning less than $1 million. So, yeah, as you probably know, as fellow legislators, don't earn anywhere close to $1 million. And I don't know if I'd need major tax credits if I was earning somewhere close to $1 million. So the drug testing is only for people who are actually going to receive the tax credit. So the tax benefit, not people earning over $1 million or less. And the millions just saying if you earn over $1 million, you don't get this tax credit. And I think the part of the benefit of this is it's pretty progressive in terms of the people earning over $1 million not getting tax credits that they may not really need. And I think it is a basic fairness issue, and we say, well, they're keeping more of their own money versus getting money that the state pays out. I know that our corporate tax rate is higher because of the different credits that we have. Our income tax rates are likely higher because of the different credits we have, and we talk about the different policies for that, but as someone who isn't getting these sorts of tax credits, I'm paying a higher tax rate because of it, and I think that that's, as Representative Linchescu is saying, it's everybody's money that goes to pay for these tax credits. And so having them limited, or at least means tested, to a pretty high level, $1 million is a pretty high level of means testing, and then making sure that these people are responsible in terms of the money that they're receiving from the state. I think that makes some sense to me, and I appreciate the amendment.
Thank you, Representative Knuth. Representative Downey?
Yeah, just a question for staff, if I could. Mr. Chair, the scope statement includes a list of a number of credits. Are those all refundable credits? Is this a comprehensive list of the refundable credits in statute?
Mr. Michael?
Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at the list. Some of these are not refundable credits. The transit pass credit, I don't believe, is a refundable credit, for example. And this is not a comprehensive list of all of our refundable credits because it does not include the individual refundable credits. For example, the working, the education credit, the dependent care credit, the working family credit, and so forth.
Downey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Linchescu mentioned taxpayers writing a check to people, and I think the only place where a check is actually written by the state to a taxpayer would be in the case where the tax liability that they have is exceeded by what they've already prepaid, or in the case of a refundable tax credit, you would also get a check back regardless of your income. So actually, this idea might have some merit if we would limit it to refundable tax credits where the state actually writes a check to somebody, if it were irrespective of their income level, and if perhaps we included a provision that would kind of require that they not have any income that has a tax burden on it, or that they don't have any other kind of tax liability. In other words, people who are really just taking a check from the state without having produced any income to the state, this might make sense, but this is just obviously just a quick attack on people of means, and so I don't think it really holds up. Thank you.
Representative Linchescu?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Representative Downey, it's not an attack. I authored a lot of these credits. I'm the chief author of a number of these. It's not an attack. It's just saying you can have the same criteria. You can have drug testing. You know, you can be a Minnesotan who's lived here a while. You know, you can. I mean, there's no attack. I mean, it's okay to attack people who earn under $19,000, I guess, but there's no attack here. And I think Representative Downey, I thought you knew I didn't mean it literally someone writing a check. Whether there's a check written refundably or a credit deducted off the liability on the tax form, we all pay for that. Those are all choices we have to make. We collect less revenue for the things that we share in common, like public schools, and so the inherent price of government for Representative Bill's eye or anyone else in this room is higher because of those credits. All of us. We either pay more, or for every Minnesotan, Representative Gavel, including the wealthy, all of us. We either pay more for the government we were getting the day before for a lower price, or we cut something and we pay the same and we now get less. That's how economics works. And, you know, Mr. Chair, I just, you know, I know you're in a hurry, but we really haven't spent much time amending this bill.
Representative Linchescu, I am in no hurry. I do not have a life.
Okay?
And, you know, I'm just enjoying the ambiance.
Well, Mr. Chair, you know, I'll tell you one, you know, before we vote here, I'll just say I'm not going to ask for a roll call because I don't believe in this. And I don't believe in what the majority is doing either. And I think these kinds of bills are not well thought out. And I don't have a problem with drug testing, and I don't have a problem with people who are drug offenders not receiving things and people who don't live here. But I don't like a double standard. That's what I don't like. I think we absolutely should not allow drug offenders to do certain things or use state assistance to buy certain things. I'm moderate on that. I'm not liberal on that. I agree with that. I also agree that we should not have a more beneficial system so that we draw people here to Minnesota to get something extra than they're getting somewhere else. And so I'm with you on that. What I disagree with is we're going to reduce in the time of a recession people. We're going to go down to 19,000 for a family of 3. We're going to get them off their eligibility in the Great Recession, and we're going to have all these hurdles they have to jump through, and they make $19,000 a year. But it's okay for the millionaires. And so, Mr. Chair, I do have an issue with this. This is not a serious amendment. I hope you all in the majority will talk to your colleagues and convince them that their bills are not serious either. And they're going down the wrong road for Minnesota values. We should not be doing this. And in fact, Mr. Chair, I'll one-up that. I'm going to withdraw the amendment.
The A16 amendment
Mr. Chair, I thought Representative Garofalo offered the amendment again.
has been. Okay, now to the A27 amendment. Any further discussion on the A27 amendment?
Who wants other amendments?
Oh, we have another amendment. I should write my name. No. So he knows.
Folks, we need the amendments here like now.
Well, they're still being drafted. They are?
I mean, I don't have any rules, but one rule is get the amendments here.
I've got one being circulated now, Mr. Chairman.
Carlson has an amendment? Okay, Representative Carlson to the A10. Representative Carlson was the A10 amendment, and the Committee Legislative Assistant will put in appropriate language so that it fits the A27 amendment. Representative Carlson.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry that you got the one that somehow got wet. I think it looks like it.
What did you do to this?
That's the way I received it. So I don't know. Somebody must have. But I got a nice clean one for the.
Okay.
Yours just happened to be on top, I guess.
Representative Carlson.
And and I don't have an automobile story, but I did tell John Lesh that if I did, I'd have to go back to late 1940 or early 1950. But that's the generational thing here.
Could be a Studebaker.
There were. I didn't have a Studebaker, but there were. I had a '49 Chevy and a 1955 or '52 Ford.
And we had a Studebaker, and members, just so you know, I was the lead singer in a rock band, Stud E. Baker and the Fairlane 500s, and you'll never guess who Stud was. Use your imagination. Representative Carlson.
But like Representative Atkins, he talked about how he washed and shined those cars, and even though it was in the 1950s, I washed and shined them, and I was very proud. But at any rate, Mr. Chairman, this is an amendment dealing with income taxes. And what this proposal essentially does is use the same revenue source that we've raised earlier. And unfortunately, you chose not to accept it for the purposes that we're talking about. But it's the foreign royalty revenues, the unitary sales, the tax havens, and so on. But the main thrust of this amendment is to reduce the income taxes for lower and middle-income families, and it would reduce the tax at the lower bracket from 5.35% to 5.26%, and the next bracket from 7.05% to 6.96%. And the amendment with those sources of revenue that I just mentioned is totally paid for. So there's no lost revenue to the state. And Mr. Chairman, I would like a roll call vote.
There will be a roll call. Questions to the A10 amendment. Representative Horton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to talk about why I think the Carlson Amendment is a good approach. In this bill that we have in front of us that we're trying to amend today, we've been talking a lot about job creation and how do we best create jobs in Minnesota. And I think we all want to create jobs in Minnesota. But I think what the Carlson Amendment highlights is that we have really different perspectives on how you do that. And my perspective comes from operating my own small business as a law firm, and then when I'm not here, working at a small business. And we create jobs when we have customers who come in and buy things. I've never created a job because I got a tax break. When the price of our inputs goes down, that increases our profits, but it does not cause us to hire people. We hire people when we have sales. And what the Carlson Amendment is about putting money in the pockets of the people who create the sales. And the people who create the sales, the customers, those are the job creators. When you look at a company like Alcoa, if the price of their raw material goes down or they get a tax credit, they're not going to go create jobs. They are going to have the number of jobs they need to have to serve their customers. In our business, we look at, on a weekly basis, payroll as a % of sales. And I think anybody in this room who's worked in business, in any form of a management of business at all, knows that you can't get your payroll out of proportion with your sales. And so the idea that if we cut the property tax on corporations, they will go create jobs, I just find is a not a valid argument about how to create jobs in Minnesota. And when I look at in the the spreadsheet, the extended spreadsheet that Representative Lincheski had passed out, it's a $2 billion just up to 2019 tax cut for corporations. It's a $607 million tax increase for poor people who spend money right away. To me, that's exactly backwards of what we need to do to create jobs in Minnesota. And what Representative Carlson is talking about doing, lowering the rate on income taxes, allows people who are customers to have more money to use to go shopping. We all know this when you read the Wall Street Journal, when you hear the economic reports on the news. What is the one thing we look at to see, is the U.S. economy going to recover and at what speed? We look at consumer spending. Consumers are job creators. And we don't here, I don't believe, as legislators, that here in the legislature we are doing anything to create jobs when we cut property taxes for corporations and pay for it by taking money out of people's pockets who would otherwise spend that money shopping.
Thank you, Representative Park. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to testify on behalf of the 810 amendment? Representative Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, and maybe it's for staff. I haven't read this amendment carefully enough, but how does this work? Are we lowering the income threshold for various, or raising the income threshold for various rates? Is that how this works?
Mr. Michael?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Downey, what Representative Hortman's amendment is doing is, Carlson, sorry. Should have looked at the amendment. Is to simply use the revenue from reducing several corporate provisions and reducing the lower two brackets on the individual income tax. So one way to think about this is that it raises corporate franchise taxes and reduces individual income taxes on the bottom two brackets.
Representative Downey?
Well, Mr. Chair, we can maybe have a better, longer debate on the House floor. This would be a good one to have. But everyone needs to recognize that when you lower the rate on the bottom brackets, anybody who makes more than that also receives that tax benefit. And I don't know how the progressivity of this works out, but you're actually giving a tax break to everybody who makes over $100,000, everybody who makes over $1 million. Those folks benefit because this hits the first $30,000 of their income or the first $80,000 of their income as well. So I don't think it's constructed very well. And Representative Hortman, to your point, again, let's save this. I hope you make those comments on the floor and we can have a good discussion. But there's the intersection of price and demand is an important one. And so when you reduce the cost of your inputs, you actually have an ability to increase demand as well. So this issue of economic activity and what drives growth in economic activity is a good discussion to have. I think it's a broader and less simplistic than what you painted, but let's save that for the floor.
Representative Carlson.
Mr. Chairman, that's what he was describing was, we all know, is the very nature of the progressive income tax, but the real cut as a percentage of income is helping those lower and moderate income families. But what was described there is the very nature of a progressive tax system. And the other thing I'd like to point out, this isn't a new issue for me. Back when the state had a lot of revenue, I proposed an amendment very similar to this in the Ways and Means Committee. And it happened to be when we were in the minority before, so I'm turning the clock back a little bit. But I did two other things at that point in time. I adjusted the income tax rates, but I also was putting dollars into K-12 and higher education with the amendment. That component is not in here because we don't generate enough revenue with this to do both. So the focus now is on the income tax side. But I just want the committee to understand that I've got a little history of attempting to provide some tax relief for the low and moderate income families of Minnesota.
Members, it's only 54 degrees, so it's not as nice as I had earlier reported. So let's get some more amendments going here. Anybody that would wish to testify? Oh, 71 degrees. Your phone's wrong. 71 and sunny and low humidity. Okay, questions to the Carlson Amendment. Anyone wish to testify from the audience? The committee legislative assistant will take the roll.
Chair Davids.
No.
Representative Loon. No. Representative Lincheski.
Yes.
Representative Anderson.
No.
Representative Bills.
No.
Representative Biskins.
No.
Representative Carlson.
Yes.
Representative Depke.
No.
Representative Downey.
No.
Representative Drazkowski.
No.
Representative Erickson.
No.
Representative Garofalo.
No.
Representative Gottwalt.
Nope.
Representative Portman.
Yes.
Representative Kiffmeyer.
No.
Representative Knuth.
Yes.
Representative Coonan.
Yes.
Representative Lesh. Representative Lesh is excused. Representative Loeffler.
Yes.
Representative Mack.
No.
Representative Marquardt.
Yes.
Representative Myra.
No.
Representative Paymar.
Pass.
Representative Runbeck.
No.
Representative Wardlow. Representative Wardlow is excused. Representative Paymar.
Pass.
Okay, with 15 noes, 7 ayes, and 1 pass, the motion does not prevail. 15 to 7 to 1. Representative Coonan is offering the A3 amendment. Representative Coonan moves the A3 amendment. As the committee legislative assistant will make proper documentation, so it fits the A27 amendment. Representative Coonan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this amendment does is takes the Bill's bill, House File 2139, which is a income tax credit to employers who hire qualifying veterans, and the Bill's bill gave an income tax credit of 40%, which matches the federal credit. And this amount is for the qualifying wages during the first year. And what the amendment does, the change the amendment makes, is to move that credit to 150%. This is paid for by disallowing deductions of the real estate investment trust dividends, REITs. And this REITs was an idea that the Plenty administration originally was going to use to pay for the 2010 jobs bill, but as it turned out, there wasn't enough revenue generated there to pay for that bill, so then that idea was dropped. But this is an amendment that will, put an extra push into getting jobs for our veterans. And, Mr. Chairman, that's the amendment.
Discussion to the amendment? Representative Downey?
Mr. Chair, thank you. Maybe for staff, what's the dollars here? I don't think we have a spreadsheet. Just real quickly.
Mr. Chair, Cynthia Templin, House Fiscal Staff. The A3 amendment increases the credit for qualified veterans to 150% of the federal credit. And this is an unofficial estimate of $650,000 in fiscal 13. That's an estimated revenue reduction. In addition, the A3 amendment also raises revenue with the elimination of the real estate investment trust, that's the REITs, and that is estimated to increase revenues by $1 million. The net total in fiscal 13 is $350,000 on the bottom line.
Discussion, Representative Downey?
Mr. Chair and Ms. Manzi, or Templin, excuse me. What's the total? Is that an entire elimination of the REIT provision?
Mr. Chair, Representative Downey, that's correct.
Okay.
Representative Downey? Could you clarify the exact amount, please? Again, if you could repeat that.
Mr. Chair, again, to clarify, the credit, the cost from going up to $150,000 of the federal credit, 150% of the federal credit, the estimated cost is it's an estimated revenue reduction of $650,000. And then the amendment also is increasing revenue by the elimination of REITs, and that raises $1 million for a net of $350,000 in fiscal 13. And if you'd like me to go into the details, I can do that too, but it's similar to fiscal 13.
Okay, no, that's fine. Representative Kuhn, I like your amendment. I'm going to support it. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Thank you, Representative Kuhn. Item next, that's adopted to the A27 amendment. So the motion was to put the A3 amendment on the A27 amendment.
Mr. Chair?
That is for amendments?
Mr. Chair,
Representative Marquardt?
Thank you very much. I would like to offer the A34 amendment.
And could we also have the next one, too? So we can have folks passing out, because we've got some downtime here.
And now that the ice has broken and we have a yes vote, Mr. Chair, I'm expecting the rest just to slide right through, and unity and togetherness and...
You've been drinking your Guinness too early.
Here we are. Here's what my amendment does. I'll come back to reality for a second. Here's what the amendment does. What this amendment does, in short, is adds about $12 million to local government aid. It's paid for through the tax havens. And just a quick little history. Back in 2003, the certified amount for local government aid that year was $587 million. And in 2003, there was $150 million of permanent cuts made. So the level went down to $437 million appropriation. Between 2003 and I think 2008, there was two different times where LGA was increased. I think it was $48 million one time, 42, 43 the next. So it was up to about 526. And then last year, about $100 million in local government aid was permanently cut. And so what this would do, Mr. Chair and members, is to bring the local government aid just even back to the 2003 level, because we're below that right now. So, members, that's what that does, and I would continue with what happened the last vote and expect the chair to side with this amendment. I'll ask for a roll call, just in case he would not.
There's been a roll call requested. There will be a roll call. Representative Marquardt moves the A34 amendment onto the A27 amendment. Anyone that would like to testify from the audience? Seeing none, Representative Runbeck.
Just, Mr. Chair, if we could just get a clarification on what was the 2003 amount, and that's what we're getting to this then, in this amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Representative Runbeck, yeah, roughly After the $150 million cut to certified levels in '03, it was about $437 million. This amendment is not to match that, but it winds up right around $437 million. So it'd be roughly the same amount as the 2003 level.
Representative Runbeck?
And Mr. Chair, does it describe how it's going to be distributed?
Mr. Chair, if Ms. Dalton could do that, please.
Ms. Dalton, how would it be distributed?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, Representative Runbeck, the way the money is distributed in 2013, every city will get the greater of what they got in 2012 or what they were scheduled to get in 2013. So it becomes the greater of. And then beginning in 2014, the total appropriation is increased to $437.7 million, and that is distributed via the formula.
Representative Runbeck?
Mr. Chair, I think your amendment, Mr. Chair, has some of that in it. So how does this interact or duplicate or what?
This, I believe that this is quite a bit more than what the final amendment will have does. That puts about another 2-point-some million in this. I think Representative Markford says about $12 million. Okay, with that, the committee legislative assistant will take the roll.
Chair Davids.
No.
Representative Loon. Representative Lancheski.
Yes.
Representative Anderson. Representative Bills.
No.
Representative Biskins.
No.
Representative Carlson.
Yes.
Representative Depke.
No.
Representative Downey.
No.
Representative Drazkowski.
No.
Representative Erickson.
No.
Representative Garofalo.
No.
Representative Gottwalt.
Nope.
Representative Hortman.
Yes.
Representative Kiffmeyer.
No.
Representative Knuth.
Yes.
Representative Coonan.
Yes.
Representative Lesh. Representative Lesh is excused. Representative Loeffler.
Yes.
Representative Mack.
No.
Representative Markwart.
Yes.
Representative Myra.
No.
Representative Paymar.
Yes.
Representative Runbeck.
No.
Representative Tilbury. Representative Tilbury is excused. Representative Wardlow. Representative Wardlow is excused. Representative Lesh.
Lesh votes yes.
There being 15 noes and 9 ayes, the motion does not prevail. Item next, and thank you, members, for getting the amendments up here. The A36 amendment, Representative Lancheski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Lancheski moves the A36 amendment to the A27 amendment. The committee these are correct. Okay. Representative Lancheski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank both the partisan and nonpartisan staff who's been assisting us throughout the day, and this is a classic example. I have to just look at the time. This made it down to duplicating 2:02. Well, here it is. So, I mean, they've been working, Mr. Chair, as you know.
This one came from Jimmy John's. Freaky fast.
Mr. Chair, though, in all seriousness, our staff, both your Republican staff, the Democratic staff, and the nonpartisan staff are just the best staff anyone could have. They're really great.
Agreed, Representative Lancheski.
Good. We've got one agreement here today on the veterans. So, Mr. Chair, this is the one that I passed out, 4 handouts out earlier. So you kind of have to look around your pile. There's a couple articles. And then most importantly, I think the best way to describe it is to look at the spreadsheet. So you got that a while ago, and then we had the discussion about how the amendment didn't work right. And members, the spreadsheet will help you understand what I'm doing. I'm really substituting your omnibus tax bill for a different set of priorities. And so if you look at Chair David's omnibus tax bill, he's really, in my estimation, this is just my subjective opinion, taking revenue from renters and from seniors and disabled and buying business tax cuts and corporate tax cuts and other tax credits that benefit businesses. So that's kind of the core of the bill. There's some other things going on the spreadsheet that are zeros, that are, the local cats and dogs bills that members carry. But the money part of the bill, the tax bill, the revenue part, is taking from the renters in Minnesota of lower means and giving to businesses. And so I'm turning that around and trying to convince you that there should be a different priority. And so this bill is modeled to be about the exact same price. It's not exactly per million, but it's roughly $70 million from the renters, giving $70 million to businesses. And then there, in the majority bill, the debt grows significantly to pay for the provisions. I don't have that part. I'm not growing that out. So it's more fiscally responsible. But if you just look at the spreadsheet, you can see on the top of the amendment, or the top of the spreadsheet, we raise the same revenue. I raise the same revenue that we've been talking about all day, and it raises $63,600,000. So I'm trying to raise, the chair raises about $70 million on renters. I'm raising $63,600,000 instead on business. And then I'm prioritizing, and I think the minority is trying to, send a message here that, if we were in charge of this, we'd have a little different priorities. So you can see on line 6 of the spreadsheet, we're expanding the dependent care credit. This increases the income for phase out from $24,000 to $40,000 and increases the credit to match the federal maximum. Next, I am taking from your bill, Mr. Chair, and I'm keeping the elimination of the refund requirement for the capital equipment exemption for small business. And I think you all were very effective, and it's been a bipartisan bill for years, that this is a good thing for small business, and you're buying back this sort of shift and gimmick, and we've seen DFL and Republican authors on that bill for years, so that's still in here. Tax credit for qualified veterans, it lines up with what Representative Coonan just did, so this amendment's a little out of order now, but same concept. The Dayton, line 9, the Dayton Jobs Now tax credit, and you can see how that pays out over there, and again, significantly different than your approach in your bill. The majority's bill says, we're going to give every single business in Minnesota a tax cut, and we hope somebody will create a job. This provision says, we'll only give it to you if you create a job. So very different. And certainly it's a very inefficient way to try to do job creation through a CI tax cut. If you were just trying to give out business tax cuts, you could have an argument about that, but it's been sold as a jobs bill, and that is not a jobs bill. Many businesses will receive tax credits who will not create a job with it, as Representative Hortman just argued recently. Additionally, it's an $800 million price tag year after year after year. This provision is a $35 million price tag that the governor has brought forward. It's targeted, it's surgical, you only get it if you create a job, and it expires. It recognizes that we're in a recession. It doesn't create future problems for future legislators in dramatically growing our deficit. So that's the Dayton's tax credit number 9. And then if you jump down, we use some of the revenue raised to address this issue for personal care attendants. And I've passed you out that article, members, after the shutdown, one of the very unfortunate things that took place is the personal care attendants, these are families who are struggling to care for disabled relatives. And they are saving taxpayers a lot of money by caring for those people at home, and folks are not institutionalized, and they get a better quality of life, and they save all the taxpayers money. Those people got cut and hurt just a few months back, and so we're going to restore pay parity for personal care attendants who are caring for their disabled relatives. And then finally, the last provision, and you can see it on the spreadsheet, is a bill that I understand Representative Mahoney is carrying, and I think it's called the New Bridge to Work program. There's other members of this side of the aisle who can talk about it, but it allows people who are not yet in a good situation to maintain or to retain their unemployment benefits for a longer period. It does not cost the state general fund money. As we know, it comes out of the unemployment compensation fund. So you can see, members, this is a different set of priorities that we would choose. We would not choose to have renters pay for business tax cuts and more corporate subsidies. We instead would ask for the business community, mostly foreign operating corporations, to chip in a little bit, and those who are counting revenue in tax havens to assist all these folks and to pass the jobs tax credit, veterans, people caring for disabled relatives, helping people keep their unemployment checks a little longer, and expand the dependent care credit. I'd ask for a roll call, Mr. Chair.
There will be a roll call. Representative Gottwald?
Well, Mr. Chair, Representative Lencheski, you have quite a laundry list there, but I'll point you to the PCA alleged cuts. Apparently, you haven't done your homework. There was a lawsuit to block that cut, and in our February budget forecast, that's a November 2011 article. The lawsuit that was filed blocked the cut, and it is in court right now. And in fact, in the forecast update in February, it was the funding for the 20% was included in the forecast, so it is being paid right now. Those people have been paid, will continue to be paid, and it will be absorbed within the forecast, Representative Lencheski. So at least for that portion, that did not happen. People did not receive the cut. I know there have been a lot of groups walking around the halls asking us to please restore the cut, please. It's been restored. It was restored by the courts and absorbed in the forecast. And you might not have known that. I was aware of that because we've been working on Health and Human Services finance over the last couple of weeks. But just a friendly FYI. So we have not cut the 20% to family PCA providers. And going forward, that would also be included in the forecast.
Representative Lencheski?
Well, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to respond to Representative Gottwalt. And Representative Gottwalt, I appreciate that, and I don't serve on Health and Human Services, and you do, and you know much more about it than I do, and I understand that. And you're right, it's in court, and that's still not yet resolved ultimately. And so what this bill is doing is it blocked the cut, but it restores it retroactively. So this is the same provision in Governor Dayton's supplemental budget that he has, I think it was last week, released.
Representative Gottwald?
Well, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that, Representative Lencheski. Of course, you're the tax guru over on that side. But I would point out again that for this fiscal year, it has already been paid, and in fact, if the court continues with its case, it would be paid under the forecast in the future. So what happens to the money? You said retroactively. There is no cut retroactively. It was blocked. The cut was blocked by the courts, and the money has been paid out and covered under the forecast. So if you're going to refund something retroactively that never happened, what happens with that money?
Representative Lencheski?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's out of order, Representative Gottwald, I mean, I hear you saying you're supporting this provision, so I'm hoping you're going to vote for this amendment. But the money, then we can drop to the bottom line. I mean, we do have a multi-billion-dollar deficit ahead of us here. So, I mean, I think it's what we've got in the governor's supplemental bill is $5.9 million. And if somehow we don't need it to achieve the thing that you're saying you support, then Chair Davids would have $5.9 million to add to the $192,000 that's on the bottom of the spreadsheet. So I don't think there's a problem there.
Mr. Chair, Representative Lencheski, my point is you're perpetuating a myth. I mean, in your very statements about this item, you said we cut payment to poor people trying to care for their moms and dad. We didn't.
No, the budget amendment.
We didn't.
The court stopped you.
Well, whatever. The court, regardless of whether...
Go through the chair, please.
Not only did that stop, Mr. Chair, Representative Lencheski, not only did that cut never happen, regardless of who did it, but they've been getting paid right along, and the economy and our budget cuts and our fiscal responsibility have allowed for the forecast to absorb the cost of that, so that the reason for the cut in the first place, your governors and your insistence on overspending in the state, is no longer relevant. It's absorbed it. We've managed to do that through economic growth. So again, my point is we haven't done the harm that you and others around these halls have been proclaiming for God knows how long. We haven't done it. So again, my question is, it would be out of order, and your bill doesn't say that the money drops to the bottom line. It says it goes to these home PCA providers. So let's stop perpetuating myths about what those evil Republicans are doing to people that hasn't happened, and let's at least be honest. I was just trying to set the record straight. So,
Representative Knuth?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I wasn't planning on commenting on the PCA part of it, but, you tried to make the cuts and, whatever who made them, who stopped you. I think that shows a really important set of priorities and the differences in priorities between Representative Lencheski's amendment and the bill as it is before us. And I think it was handed out, there's a article from February in the New York Times about even critics of the safety net increasingly dependent on it. and it profiles some people in Chisago County, and it basically, and not just in Chisago County, they also have some maps. I don't have the maps for you because I thought the Chisago County made more sense for Minnesota. That areas that tend to support a Republican agenda tend to also be more dependent on government subsidies and safety nets. And we can debate that, and I think there is some legitimate anger of people who are unable to make ends meet without some assistance, be it free lunch for their kids through the school lunch program, or Social Security, or Medicare, or there's a whole slew of things that people could be dependent on just to make ends meet, just to make their lives work. And one of the last lines, it says, "It's hard to beat up on the government when they've been so good to you." He finally said, "I've never really thought about it, I guess." And I think this amendment really comes to the heart of that, and we've got all sorts of different groups of people who get various subsidies or tax credits or handouts or welfare. Take your pick of what sort of government program. And what Representative Lincheski is basically trying to do is say we prioritize lower income people who might need this help to just make ends meet, people who want to hire veterans or people who've been out of work and actually create those jobs over tax cuts for either wealthy people or corporations that I don't think necessarily need them. And so there's a lot of different groups that do get something from the government, but our priority is the people who really need it to make ends meet. And I think this amendment gives us the opportunity to really show that that's the priority for the DFL, is to make sure that lower income, middle income people who might need it to make ends meet get the priority over corporate tax breaks or corporate tax cuts. And, the first time I don't have a car story, or Mr. Chair. I still drive the car that I had in high school. It's a Volkswagen Beetle. It's not even an American car. It's got a ding in the back when I ran into a post about 6 months ago that I haven't felt the need to spend money to fix because I've got about 130,000 miles on it. Plan to drive it for at least a few more years. But the first time I was, and that's just my aside on the car story, but the first time I door knocked, I ran into this about 85-year-old, mid-80s man, and he answered the door. He kind of shuffled to the door, and he lived in a pretty modest house in my district, and he said, "Are you Democrat?" And I said, "Yes, sir, I am." And he said, "Good." He said, "I was around in the 30s, and, it was really tough then, and people couldn't eat, they couldn't feed their families, they were jumping out of windows because they didn't have any hope." He said, "President Roosevelt got on the radio every week, and he said, 'We're going to try this, and if this doesn't work, we're going to try something else.' And he said, he got us back on our feet, and he said, 'My son has been disabled, and he's been on Social Security and disability for a while now. He wouldn't be able to survive without that.' And he looked at me and he said, 'I vote for Democrats because Democrats have helped me on my journey.' And we can talk about all these subsidies and theoretical things about whether we're not going to create jobs through these tax cuts, but we've got some people who are really hurting out there. This economy isn't all the way back. And we need to make sure that the jobs, tax credits we're making are actually creating jobs. And we need to make sure that we're not pulling the rug out of some people who might, a few $100s of their renter's credit is what they need to survive. We need to make sure that we're not doing that. And the way the current tax bill is written is it does do that. And so I think Representative Lincheski's amendment makes a lot of sense. We're not trying to give handouts to make people dependent. We're trying to get it so they can make it on their journey and make ends meet. And I hope members will support that because it's a basic set of priorities. It's a basic set of values. And Representative Lincheski's amendment fits with my values of making sure we have a basic safety net for people who need it, and that we target government spending where we really need it, which is to create jobs, not to just hand out tax cuts and tax credits that we think will make jobs sometime in the future.
Thank you, Representative Knuth. Representative Gottwalt, then Hartman.
Well, just briefly, what the Democrats have done, Representative Knuth, is make promises they can't keep with money they don't have. And when you do that, you pull the rug out from underneath all those people in need. When you put Minnesota $6 billion in debt, and then leave it to the next majority, our majority, to try to clean up the mess. And your governor agreed to these things. Your governor agreed to do this stuff in return for more spending, more commitments that we can't keep because our economy just can't stomach growing government twice as fast as our economy. You can't do that. The equation doesn't work. So that's the real record on what the Democrats have done to Minnesota. And I just wanted to set the record straight once again, Mr. Chair.
To that point, Mr. Chair, thank you. Representative Gottwalt, it's Minnesota's governor, first of all, and Governor Dayton chose to govern. And I think that at the end of the day, is what we are held to. We have the task of governing the state of Minnesota. And I was just reading an article from the Harvard Business Review, the March copy, so I guess this month. The nice people up in the Legislative Reference Library will send you copies of whatever articles you want them to send you. And there was a question about the political divide, and the article basically argued our campaigns haven't changed at all, but our willingness, our ability to govern and sit down at the table and take both sides' good ideas has shifted pretty dramatically over the last few decades. And Minnesotans expect us to come here with a certain set of values and a certain set of priorities, and my values and priorities, and I think the DFL values and priorities, are making sure that we have a basic safety net for people who need it. We have a government that is paid for fairly, and that when we're in deficit, we don't give tax cuts to people who don't necessarily need them. And we're going to have a deficit in the next biennium. We can't ignore those tails out into the future. And so Representative Linchewski's amendment fits with those values. It's what we bring to the table. But to say that Governor Dayton created this deficit or agreed to do all of these things, Governor Dayton agreed to govern. He agreed to end the state shutdown. He has a very strong set of values and priorities, and I think the people of Minnesota are responding to that and respect his work as the leader of this state. He's willing to govern, and he made some tough choices, and he's, I think, forced because of an unwillingness to compromise, of saying an ideology of an unwillingness to pay for the basic government services we need. He's willing to step up to the plate and govern, and so I think that's the record that people of Minnesota recognize, and those are the values that they respect and expect out of their elected leaders.
Representative Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm assuming that most of the members here, when they're door knocking, have a similar experience that I do. And I'm glad that the personal care attendant piece is in here because I don't serve on the Health and Human Services Committee, but I do get constituents who bring me inside their home and have me sit down and meet a member of their family who has a disability or in a lot of these cases multiple disabilities, and tell me the story of how they rely on different programs and the alphabet soup of the programs and how they're barely getting by. And when this provision that Representative, well, I don't want to say anybody's name, this provision, the PCA cut that was in the final budget agreement that some people voted for and some people didn't vote for, and the governor signed. If the court case is lost, these folks will lose some of their pay. And I represent both sides of the Mississippi River. I have Coon Rapids on the Anoka County side. I have Brooklyn Park on the Hennepin County side. And I've got a mom in Coon Rapids. Her name's Kathy, and her daughter is Jenny, and she has severe disabilities. And on the Brooklyn Park side, it's almost the exact same story, but her name is Karen, and her daughter is Jenny, and she has severe disabilities. Both of the mothers take care of their daughters as personal care attendants. or have members of the family doing that. And if they can't do that, if the members of the family cannot assist in taking care of their loved ones, then they have to put them in a group home. I think the one in Brooklyn Park, the sister helps care for the daughter, and the one in Coon Rapids, I think that it might be a brother. But if this particular cut that was a part of the budget deal and is thankfully held up in court went through, both of these daughters, Jenny, would not be in their mother's home with their mother. They would be in a group home because their mothers would have to be spending more time out of the house, and other family members at jobs that paid more because they're just that close to barely getting by. My district, I do not represent wealthy people. And so I'm glad that Representative Lincheski has this provision in her amendment, because I'm not on the Health and Human Services Committee, but these constituents ask me, they say, make sure when you're at the Capitol that you tell people what they're doing, that you make sure that they understand what this means to us. I'm bringing you in my house, and I spend a half an hour sitting there looking at all the bills that they have and the services that they go through, and they say, make sure to tell my story, so that people know when you're voting on numbers, there are actual faces and stories behind it. So I appreciate the opportunity to address what's normally in the Health and Human Services Committee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I think if we, this reflects, I think, our values, and if we don't have yet a final court ruling on finance, and I haven't seen any memos that say we have a final ruling yet, but if we do, I would say the PCA program is still worthy of this in terms of the minor pay that these people get. The people that I know have been forced to give up much more rewarding careers because they tried working with private agencies, and the physical disabilities, the behavior challenges, the communication problems that are presented by their family member are such that the private agencies cannot keep consistent care for their person. And they lose their jobs because they're taking so much time out because the agency calls and says, we don't have anyone for Thursday. We don't have anyone for Monday. And, you know, these people are working at $10 an hour, maybe $11 if they can squeeze it. And, you know, I think if we pass this now, I will work with Representative Gottwald and Representative Lincheski, and I think we can find a way to make this work for the people who are really struggling. Their mortgages, everything else were built not on their working $10 an hour, but on other careers for which they prepared, but because life dealt someone they really love a really bad hand, and they can't find anyone in the private sector to step up. They're stepping up, and I'm stepping up with them.
Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Promises we can't keep with money that we don't have. Just like another mantra I heard for about 8 years is no new taxes. Those are two of the biggest myths that I've heard here in the last few years. It's been much easier said than done. And we know when there was the no new taxes, it was only shifted on to property taxes. But this, so I have to comment on that. I did some calculations on my own. Representative Lincheski yesterday had a spreadsheet, and Ms. Templin went over that took it out to 2019. But that still wasn't the complete phase-out of the CI and seasonal rec property taxes. So I went all the way to 2025, just kind of going with the same increases. And roughly, the promises that are going to be made through 2025 total revenue loss is $6 billion. $6 billion. So then I took the payment on how, with the money that's coming in, which is pretty much the renter's credit, and totaled all that up, and it's roughly $1 billion. So we are making, with this bill that I think the majority will vote yes on today, we are making promises of $6 billion in the next 12 and 13 years with money with $1 billion. Promises we can't keep with money we don't have. And, you know, I hope people think long and hard about that. that we are blowing a $5 billion hole into the budget in the next 12 years.
Thank you, Mr. Marquardt. The Committee Legislative Assistant will take the roll. Or, excuse me, Person Lancheski, did you? Okay, the Committee Legislative Assistant will take the roll.
Chair Davids.
No.
Representative Loon. No. Representative Lancheski.
Yes.
Representative Anderson.
No.
Representative Bills.
No.
Representative Biskins.
No.
Representative Carlson.
Yes.
Representative Depke.
No.
Representative Downey.
No.
Representative Drazkowski.
No.
Representative Erickson.
No.
Representative Garofalo.
No.
Representative Gottwalt.
No.
Representative Hortman.
Yes.
Representative Kiffmeyer.
No.
Representative Knuth.
Yes.
Representative Coonan.
Yes.
Representative Lesh.
Aye.
Representative Loeffler.
Yes.
Representative Mack.
No.
Representative Marquardt.
Yes.
Representative Myra. Representative Myra is excused. Representative Paymar.
Yes.
Representative Runbeck.
No.
Representative Tilbury. Representative Tilbury is excused. Representative Wardlow. Representative Wardlow is excused.
There being 14 noes and 9 ayes, the motion is not adopted. We have an A1 amendment. Person Lancheski moves the A1 amendment.
Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, H2027A1 amendment to the A27 amendment. Representative Lancheski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, I failed to keep a copy myself. Oh, here it is. When I hand it out, I don't know if it's been. Mr. Chair, this, as you can see in the bill, it's the Mall of America provision. And Mr. Chair, what this does is it requires the City of Bloomington to make the statutory but-for finding before approving the extension that you're carrying, Mr. Chair, and before entering any agreement that commits the city to spend more than $5 million of increment for public improvements. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Anyone like to testify? Do you want a roll call?
Well, Mr. Chair, you authored the bill. I thought you might have an opinion on this provision. I mean, I'm hoping you're supporting it. I think we all know as tax committee members how tax increment financing works, and people have to make the but-for finding. And so when you have a tax increment financing district, you have to be able to say that, but for this big fat subsidy, nothing would develop here. And I think if any of you know where the Mall of America is, I mean, I think it's only fair that if the City of Bloomington and the Chair's bill requires the people of Bloomington to continue to provide tens of millions of dollars of subsidy to a private developer, the City Council, at a minimum, should have to make the but-for test. And members, if you don't recall what that is, I know the Tax Committee is very familiar with tax increment financing. I can give you a copy of it and you can read it. I mean, I could read it to you. I mean, I don't want to waste too much time and insult people if they don't understand it, but I know most people here understand tax increment finance and have served on a city council, but I'll just read it. It's that the proposed development or redevelopment would not reasonably be expected to occur solely through private investment within the reasonably foreseeable future. This is the but-for test all of our city councils have to make when they take property tax subsidy for their residents and give it to developments. The second part of the statutory but-for test for all municipalities is that the increased market value of the site that could reasonably be expected to occur without the use of tax increment financing would be less than the increase in the market value estimated to result from the proposed development after subtracting the present value of the projected tax increments for the maximum duration of the district permitted by the plan. Now, and you all know that this does not apply for housing TIFs, and we have lots of kinds of TIFs. So, members, this is a very big bill. It's a very big subsidy. If you count out the biggest subsidies that have ever been before the Minnesota legislature in the history of the Minnesota legislature that have ever passed into law, this would be in the top 10. We'd have the Twin Stadium. We'd have the first phase of the mall. There's not many that people can think of that have required a subsidy to a private company. in Minnesota history. So this simply says that the Bloomington City Council has to meet the but-for test. And I would ask for a roll call, Mr. Chair.
Roll call having been requested. Any discussion from members? And then anyone in the audience wants to testify? Representative Downey.
Mr. Chair, question for staff, and then maybe Representative Lenczewski can respond to this too. I don't understand the kind of the standing statute around TIF, but why wouldn't we do this in a way that would apply to all TIF requests or extensions as compared to just singling out Bloomington? I don't know, Mr. Michael, if you just give a quick overview of what the statute does require for documenting the but-for today, and then maybe Representative Lenczewski can indicate why just Bloomington.
Mr. Michael.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Downey, the general tax increment law requires the city, before it approves the initial tax increment financing plan, to make a but-for finding. As they go along and modify that plan, for example, by authorizing additional expenditures or something along those lines, they're not required to make that finding. It's a condition for the approval of the TIF plan. What this would do is to say that because Bloomington is getting a 10-year extension, that before they could approve the extension, they would have to make a second but-for finding, or if they're going to approve an additional spending of $5 million, they would have to also make a but-for finding. You're right, there are other extensions in the bill that this would not apply to. It just would apply to the Mall of America TIF.
Representative Lenczewski, then Downey, you still have the floor. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Representative Downey. Thanks for asking that. I actually would be fine with making it a statewide application. I didn't want to wade into everybody else's bills. This is my city. And so I will tell you I chose $5 million. Most TIF extensions never even come close to $5 million. This would say that if there's going to be more than $5 million subsidy from my residents, my city council at least has to say they can make the but-for test. And Representative Downey, there's a lot more than $5 million in this bill. There's tens of millions of subsidy. So I think Mr. Michael has described it fairly. You know, we make every single TIF district in Minnesota. There's 2,000 of them. Every one of our city councils has to make this finding. People come in here and they ask for a little extension, and mostly they're not granted. In fact, they're very rarely granted, and if they're ever granted, it's maybe a year or two. And it doesn't come anywhere close to $5 million in subsidy. And Representative Downey, just so you know, your residents pay for this too. I think you know that. The big subsidy comes from Bloomington, but every Hennepin County resident pays this subsidy if this bill passes. That means Representative Anderson and Representative Depke and Representative Downey and Representative Hortman and Representative Loeffler and Representative Dabney, who's not here right now. And, you know, this is all your residents are going to pay for this and increased property tax subsidy too. The preponderance will fall on Bloomington residents. But again, this is a massive subsidy for a private company. In fact, a company that's not even owned by an American resident. So I think it's okay to ask a city council to make the but-for test.
Representative Downey.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm actually inclined to support this concept. I just don't know whether this number and isolating this circumstance is the right way to do it. So I don't know what I'm going to do, and I don't know if we want to invite testimony or not. I'd be curious to know whether the city would support this or if this is an easy hurdle to get over. But I'm somewhat inclined to vote for it, but feel like I need a little more information. So if the chair is willing to hear testimony, if they're here or not, I'd be glad to do that.
Is there anyone that would like to testify regarding this amendment? Please state your name and who you represent for the record, please, sir, with your thoughts.
Mr. Chair and members, my name is Shane Rudlang. I'm the City of Bloomington Port Authority Administrator.
Welcome to committee, sir.
Thank you. In looking at the proposed amendment, the question that immediately comes to mind is what does the statute say, particularly in those clauses, and we haven't had a chance to review that. Generally, the city would not be opposed to a but-for test. We are going to do that with future phases of Mall of America anyway. But what I don't know having just received this, is just exactly what the 469 subdivision 3 paragraph B in clause 2 says. In particular, and maybe Mr. Michael could talk about that for a moment, but certainly today the property would not meet the blight test because the building had been removed previously. The old Met Center that exists on TIF District 1C in Bloomington is now gone. And so we're not necessarily opposed to doing the but-for test in the context of the Met Center property being there and looking at the tax increment that would be generated for the project and the property taxes and all the other taxes that would be generated by the project but for the increment. But I guess if you understand what I'm getting at is looking at a new district today, it wouldn't qualify because that building had been removed previously. So I'm wondering if Mr. Michael can weigh in on that.
Mr. Michael?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the point the witness is referring to is that one of the findings that a city has to make when creating a new district is the type of district and whether it meets the requirements of that. And for a redevelopment district, it has to document the blight findings. The reference here is just to the but-for provision that says that the development that occurred would not have occurred without the assistance, and secondly, that the development that the city judges would have occurred, is the difference between the two values is less than the assistance that's being given to the assisted development. And so it doesn't have anything to do with the blight finding for a redevelopment district, which I think everybody recognizes they can't find because the Met Center building has been torn down over a decade ago.
Representative Lencheski, if you would withdraw the roll call, I would, at this point, support putting this amendment on a voice vote.
I'll withdraw the roll call.
Roll call's been withdrawn. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Okay, item next.
Go ahead. A2. Mr. Chair, I have the A2 amendment that's being handed out right now, and I apologize that I didn't get it 2 pages quicker. They were actually just copying the but-for test when it was raised. I thought I would get people to hand it out, but we're past it. So,
and then also, just logistically here, I believe we have a couple Republican amendments. Could we kind of get those around too, maybe? Okay. We need to get through the 827 first, I guess. Do we have any idea how many more there are for the 827?
there's some more.
Okay. Okay, Representative Lencheski moves the A2 amendment to the A27 amendment.
You got to stay here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this amendment would require local voter approval before this subsidy can go forward. I've got my crib notes here. I'll read the shorter version. This would require local approval of the special law to be done by referendum, not just by city council approval. Members, this is a clear and long-term tax increase on the people of Bloomington. And since it's holding, this proposal holds the IKEA development and the inflation in the land value of the site off of the tax rolls for another 10 years, it drives up rates for my city residents and indeed to a smaller extent to all residents in Hennepin County. And, these are not little projects that people carry. I think you've all been or have heard of the Mall of America. These are significant, and the local voters, I think if it's just so popular and the city council thinks everybody wants to keep subsidizing it and have them not pay taxes, they haven't been paying property taxes to the city of Bloomington since their inception ever. If it's such a great idea and it's so popular, the voters will pass it in droves. And so, Mr. Chair, I hope people can support a referendum for the people of Bloomington on this project.
Discussion or some Paymar?
Just a question. What precedent would this be setting?
Well, Mr.
Representative
Chair.
Lechewski.
Well, Mr. Chair and Representative Pamar, I mean, we require all local option sales taxes to be approved by the voters. Now, there's been a few cities that haven't had to do it, and yours is one, Mr. Representative Pamar, and Duluth and Minneapolis. And I think that's pretty much it. There's maybe been a few that snuck under because some renegade tax chair in the Senate would have. But, the House bipartisanly, for many chairs, has required referendums when people are sort of, going to get a big subsidy. And, the other thing to think about on this is, the Twin Stadium was an example when it didn't happen. And I don't want to pull that roll call out, but I think everybody remembers how it felt to all those people who lived in one county to pay for a stadium for the other 86. But I get that people really, really, really wanted the Twins. This is retail. We heard the fiscal disparity study that shows that on a city level, retail doesn't even pay its own weight. It's a money loser. And while the state is receiving tax revenue because of this building, it pays income tax and state sales tax. Remember, that's no different than any other business in the state of Minnesota. We don't give out blue ribbons for people paying their taxes. These aren't, hey, you pay your taxes. But what's different about this facility compared to all the facilities around the state is it doesn't pay property tax to the city of Bloomington. So not only is it a big retail facility that doesn't even cover its own weight from a fiscal disparities perspective, it doesn't cover its own weight from a city perspective. It doesn't pay property taxes. The way tax increment financing works, that the incremental value, you capture those property taxes you're supposed to pay to the city of Bloomington and you give them to yourself so you can build your own parking ramps or you get your new lighting. And the other thing that is going on in all these proposals, it's a huge competitive picking winner and losers. I mean, Representative Downey is no longer here, but I would challenge anyone who doubts that when you give a subsidy to one big retail facility, that there isn't limitless retail. Go walk around Southdale; it's half boarded up. Go downtown and look at Block E. So, just set aside where it's located and just ask yourself, is it okay to subsidize this retail facility at the expense of that retail facility? And the locals who are putting the money in are not the recipients of the benefit. The rest of the state is, I guess, because now we're starting to believe around here that when someone pays their taxes, they're supposed to get a blue ribbon. But every single business in Minnesota pays income taxes, and every single retail facility in Minnesota pays sales taxes. So the fact that the mall pays these taxes, they're not any better than anyone else. What they do have, though, is that the people who are supposed to give them the subsidy, the residents, they don't get those taxes. The state gets the taxes. And if there's this, people often can't recall how this came about. I mean, I was in college. And I remember hearing about it, there's going to be this mall, and I was probably one of the people that thought, 40 million people there a year, that'll never happen. It did happen. The preponderance of those are the same economy we're in now, 5-state area, that's the bulk of it. But what happened there is people believe that the state built that facility and that somehow Governor Perpich looked down and said, we're going to build that thing. That's not what happened. The residents of Bloomington and Hennepin County paid the subsidy for that facility and then private investment. So, we plowed the field on the public subsidy angle for the state, plowed the field, planted the corn by building all those infrastructure amenities you all see when you go there and park there. If you look at the overpasses, you look at the lights, my residents paid for all that. And they're no bigger beneficiary of the facility than any of you that go there. I mean, I'd rather live in Burnsville and drive there and not pay for it, or live in Fridley and drive there and not pay for it in St. Paul. So the money that came in back in the day, people think the state funded that. The city of Bloomington and the residents of Hennepin County paid those public infrastructure improvements, those subsidies to the mall, not the state. And so this bill says let's make them do it again. And I think it's only fair that the people of Bloomington get a voice in this. And if they just think that this has made the streets paved with gold, they'll just rush out and vote yes. So hope you can support it.
Any discussion? Representative Runbeck?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And President Lechewski, I've heard your speech on this a couple times, and it makes me wonder. I mean, I am interested maybe if we carve out the Mall of America and all of its surrounding development and make it a state entity and allow the state to capture all the taxes and all the benefits of it for itself and spread it out. Would that be something you support? I mean, if that's the case, why don't you, annex it off to something else, if you don't like?
Mr. Chair, if you can give me time to draft that, I would love to do that. In fact, I would be happy to put it in your district if I could, your taxing district. We could just do a non-contiguous line, and the people of your district can get the same deal that the people in my district get, which is we pay for it, everybody else benefits. We pay for it, everybody else benefits, and then we get all the downsides of facilitating the property as well. So if anybody thinks, I will sit down with you for hours, if anybody thinks it's a financial good deal for you, have at it. I would love to annex it to you. The jobs that are there are the good part, but those are regional jobs that afford us all equally the same opportunity. The argument that it's created development around it, that's not accurate. The development was there ahead of it. The 494 strip there was there and active full of hotels before it came into existence, and moved there because there was an airport and a strip there, and the light rail that facilitates the property was paid for by all of you. So, I think people often make this mistake. They think, well, Bloomington must just be rolling in the money. I mean, you got that big mall, right? It's paying you taxes. The answer is no, it's not paying us taxes. It's paying state sales tax. So I would absolutely support an amendment to annex it somewhere else, and if we can maybe work on drafting that together.
Mr. Chair, how about in 2018 when $650 million comes onto the tax rolls? What will you think then?
Representative Linchester.
Thank you for that question. The bill says it's not going to come on the tax rolls. That's what we're on.
Well, that's not.
It moves out for 10 years.
Phase 1 would come on the tax rolls.
Well, Mr. Chair, we did talk about this in property taxes, and I kind of let that go, but that's not really accurate. Here's the situation. Phase 1 was already subsidized. It's going to come off the tax rolls. That's current law. We don't have a bill this year. That's current law. That's no change. And I guess the argument is after the people of Bloomington have been subsidizing it since the 80s, they should feel happy that in 2016 it might chip into the system a little bit. I mean, that's no bonus for us. It's like finally you're doing what every other business up and down the 494 corridor has been doing. So that's current law. This bill says that the next phase who's supposed to be over in 2018 should get another 10 years. That's what it says. So the people of Bloomington should just have to suck that one up for a little longer, too. So I think people are not understanding it. For Phase 1, the residents of the taxing area put in $181 million into that project, and the taxes it pays does not go to them. And Mr. Chair, we did have a long debate in property taxes, but this is a different committee, and because Representative Runbeck has raised it, and you're carrying it, Mr. Chair, I will just tell you, I have boxes on the mall, and so I didn't want to do that to the committee here today. But I just tried to grab a few things from boxes, and I will tell you what's been happening at the facility, and members who've been here a while will remember this stuff. This is one of the proposals the mall was going to do, Caesar's Palace, the Mall of America. I mean, people who've been here all remember that. That was one thing. When Caesar's was going to do the mall, and we stopped the gambling facility. Here's another one, Hyperport, picture in the background. It's another big thing that was going to happen in Phase 2. Here's another proposal, Phase 2 expansion. Another one from a different year. I have bunches of these where you can hear all about it. Or remember, the taxpayers weighing into stopping the subsidies. These are just a few. And you can look at any of them if you want. I got lots of them. I only took one of the many editorials that have been written about these subsidies over the years. This is another concept. These all didn't happen. There's another one. And here's another one. And you can all look at any of them. And that's what's been happening in the legislature since before I got here. As you all know, there are an army of lobbyists who have met with all of you, not me, by the way, all of you, but not me, and pitched these to you this year and every other year. And why would that be? Why would one of the nicest pieces of property, one of the most prime pieces of development property in this country, 5 light rail stations right by, next to an international airport, 494 corridor, next to the Mall of America Phase 1 and IKEA, why can't that develop without a subsidy? For goodness sakes. I mean, if that parcel can't develop without a subsidy, boy, nothing can. And you know, I mean, you can make up your own mind what is going on that this place can't get developed without continual subsidy. I was looking at the paper today, and it says Minneapolis city staffers spent 1,369 hours on stadium planning. That would pale in what my city has spent on mall planning. You know, and I could ask them to tell us and provide for the committee the amount of hours that go into working on this project, but I think, Mr. Chair, you'll probably let them come down and testify, but I'll tell you, you'll hear why that hasn't developed. With lots and lots and lots of subsidy. The initial legislation for Phase 2, which passed again when I was in college, that afforded them far more generous TIF provisions than are in current law, and they still have them, and they want more. So, you know, you'll hear things like, we're in a recession. Which business in Minnesota is not in the recession? How about their competitors? Burnsville Mall, Rosedale, Brooklyn Park, or Brookdale, Eden Prairie, did they have a recession too? They'll hear things like, in fact, in their information, they say part of the reason we need this subsidy is because you all passed the market value homestead exclusion or whatever, the new exclusion. That's why they need the subsidy. It's because of that. It's interesting, my city's arguing that too, and they actually supported that provision, but they're now saying they need this TIF bill because of that being passed. You know, you'll hear things like there was this big land swap that took place, and if you go back in time, the Phase 2 lands was not where it is now. It was where the Kelly Farm is, and that land had to be swapped because a new runway was going to come in. And what happened then? The Mall of America owners became huge beneficiaries of that land swap that was afforded them by government that passed this Minnesota legislature before I was here and allowed them to move to a better parcel with an even more ideal location because a runway was coming in. But before that, that runway where the original Phase 2 land was supposed to be was on a Green Acres site. It's still in Green Acres, and the city council was able to make findings that site was blighted because it was in Green Acres. It's still there, it's a big farm. But then when the airport extended its runway and put in new runways, the Mall of America found a way to get the entire legislature, before I was here, to swap the land over to Phase 2 now. Additionally, members, there are all kinds of tax provisions in current law that the city and the Mall of America have that they are not exercising in current law. That are available to them that all the other developments don't have. All their competitors don't have. There's extended beverage taxes, liquor taxes, hotel motel taxes. They can have a local option sales just on their building. When I was the tax chair, what went through was a bill to expand a TIF district, but they had to do certain things like labor peace agreements. And the city and the mall didn't want to do it. So that didn't happen. I mean, there is a long menu. And the original TIF provisions that were granted this facility that are in law are better than anyone has in the state of Minnesota, and they're here wanting another one. And you know, I appreciate, Mr. Chair, that you're allowing me to educate the committee on this. This isn't your garden variety TIF. It's not your garden variety situation. And you know, it's been implied here that, you know, we should just be happy about it, and you all should just, you know, why don't you let us have it? I'm trying to show members why it is not a good deal financially for the city of Bloomington. Now, if you want it to be a state facility, Representative Runbeck, I would love that, because that means the people in Preston and Farmington and St. Paul and Minneapolis, well, Minneapolis already pays, you know, on down the line, they can all chip in for the subsidy if they're all big believers in subsidies. But right now, I've already highlighted the members of this committee who are subsidizing it. And even for those who aren't subsidizing it, what happened to competition? Why don't we do a bill that every retail development gets this big, massive subsidy? So, members, I really hope you can support a referendum for the people of Bloomington.
Any further questions for members? Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Lencheski, I was moved by your discussion. You interested in doing a statewide application of this and changing your amendment to be a statewide application? Because I'll tell you, you've got the same impact with the citizens, whether they're in Bloomington or in Wabasha or in Preston or other places. It's the same issue. the part that's problematic, I think, is you're treating one city differently than others, but certainly I'd be interested in a statewide application.
Okay. If the mall would like to step down, make a few comments. I guess Representative Runbeck still has the floor. I should have gone back to Representative Runbeck.
I think I'm
Okay.
good enough.
Would the mall like to make a comment on
Mr. Chair,
Representative Runbeck?
Maybe we should sit down and talk about how the state benefits and who pays, but, we might just be one of those cold Omahas, I guess, that's maybe the option. Here we are, 40 million people come to Minnesota, maybe in large part because they get to shop, they get to do things right next to the airport and so on. I think kind of what you're sounding, very, very anti-development, and I think, TIF is a standard tool used around the country. It is what is producing developments that everyone wants to come to. So, it's fine to tout the philosophy and, this kind of thing, but it's an incredible, incredible place to go. The whole world knows about it. They want to come to it. So, it's just hard to say that we're going to just kill it or to stop doing this. That seems unrealistic and kind of impractical.
Well, let's hear from the mall for a second. Please state your name and who you represent for the record, please.
My name is Shane Rudling with the City of Bloomington Port Authority, so I'm not representing the mall. I represent the city and the Port Authority. Mr. Chair and members, regarding the idea of a referendum, I'm not certain, but I would guess that the City Council and Port Authority would oppose an amendment like that simply because the people of Bloomington have elected City Council and other representatives and senators to represent them in that. Regarding the idea of annexing that part of Bloomington and making it a different city or something like that, a statewide asset, certainly because of Mall of America 1 being $660 million of property tax base that will come on the tax rolls in 2016 and is not proposed to change with any of the amendments as proposed. I would assume that the City Council and Port Authority would prefer to have that happen, and as well as the Bloomington residents would prefer to have that happen.
Mr. Sack?
Jerry Sack from Larkin Hoffman. Our law firm has represented the Mall of America for, I suppose, 28 or 30 years. I can say that I've asked the union people who have been working with us hand in glove since day one and who we've had nothing but union labor. Every construction project at the mall and continues to this day. We have $200 million of construction going on. There are partners. We have a labor agreement with them for the next phase, and we have a hotel being constructed with all union labor and with labor peace agreement. I've asked Kurt Hagan from the Mall of America to come over. He's on his way. I think he can speak more from the mall, but I think that he would oppose this. The mall would oppose this amendment.
Any further discussion? Representative Lancheski?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Responding to Representative Runbeck, I sound very, very anti-development, I think you said. Two varies I wrote down. I'm not anti-development. I'm anti-subsidy. Everybody else who's developing malls don't get a subsidy. Representative Myra has Burnsville Center a couple miles away. Representative Downey's got Southdale Center a couple miles away. Again, go check it out for yourself if you don't believe me. It's in dire straits. Why don't they get this big subsidy? I can go around the room. So I'm not anti-development. I'm anti that the taxpayers should be paying for a competitive advantage for something else. This is about leveling the playing field. I continue to be confounded why people who say that government shouldn't pick winners and losers and believe themselves to be capitalists would think that this would follow those tenets. So, what was just testified by Mr. Sack was, talking about what happened with the hotel. That's part of Phase 1. I carried that legislation. That's not what's before us. And the labor peace agreement is required under any circumstance. And the $660 million that you heard from Representative Brombeck earlier and was repeated by the city just now was not taxes, that was value. And remember, the people of Bloomington have been paying for the subsidy for this since the 80s, and so in 2016, they're going to get some taxes on that value. I mean, so, you know, we can go into it ad nauseum. I'm sure the chair doesn't want to, but members, just think about this for a minute. Since the mall's inception, it's paid $1 billion in taxes, and it'll try to convince you that that is something, you know, that means they shouldn't have to pay taxes to the local community. The $1 billion in taxes does not go to the community, it goes to the state, and it goes to all of us to do things that we like to do here, pay for K-12 or whatever. You know, it's that money goes into the state. So what portion of that $1 billion has gone to the people of Bloomington? About $237 million, this is what they'll say, and then they'll acknowledge that 197 of that million, now we're down to 40 million out of $1 billion since the 80s. That was to pay for their parking ramps and their things that they need to run their business. They're not for me. I don't need 8,000 parking spots in my district, in my driveway. This is for the business. These are public improvements for them. So of the $1 billion, it's either gone to the state or to themselves you know, it's sort of like getting the new stuff you want for your place. And 40 million, 37 I believe, of $1 billion has gone to the city of Bloomington since the 80s. And you might say, well, that's just huge, isn't it? Well, think about that. We're servicing the facility. And these facilities are revenue losers for cities, as you all saw when we went through the study. And yes, the mall pays extra money they pay for their extra police, they pay for their extras. But the base services, every other business and every other homeowner in Bloomington is paying their taxes. This facility is not. So go to that 40 million now. You know, you'd have to know, was that 40 million, was that worth it? Well, what you have to know is, well, what'd you put in? 181. Which of you would take this deal? Give me $181 and I'll give you 40 back over 30 years. Did you take that deal? That's what's going on in this. So there's, you know, it's not $660 million of taxes, $660 million of base, and you know, I can hand out, if the page can hand out, you know, people will try, you know, I really ask you to use common sense. And imagine yourself in a small helicopter hovering over the facility. And you're looking down at the airport, and you're looking down at the light rail stations, and you're looking down at the buildings around the mall, and ask yourself if you really think that area needs a subsidy to get going. And so if you doubt it, I have a handout that will show you just in the last few years the amount of new development that has come around up and down 494 and what it pays in taxes. They don't get a subsidy. And you can see that this is some prime real estate. You might need a subsidy to put the Mall of America in Dilworth or in Clara City. But I mean, to build another phase with what's there, I think, members, it's really stretching it to think that that piece of land that you have all seen that's next to IKEA needs a subsidy. I think you have to question why the developers can't get this project done. With, by the way, lots and lots of subsidy they already have.
Representative Downey?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Lenczewski, clearly you don't like this project, and I think Representative Drazkowski has raised a really interesting question, but a broader policy one, and that is, should any TIF district, if these things are so universally crummy for the local jurisdictions, and the city councils are so blind to that, should not every TIF district have a referendum requirement? I'd be glad to explore that. I think I'll probably vote against your amendment. I don't want to go into this ad nauseum. We're probably getting pretty close to that point already, and maybe we can agree to work between here and Ways and Means and see if there wouldn't be a way to find a way to do this in a universal, all-encompassing statewide manner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm happy to get that drafted next, so you'll have that opportunity to vote for the statewide application. I was trying to not make life miserable for you with your cities that you may have not talked to about situations. And I think there was an argument, I was trying to make the argument that, maybe over a huge amount of subsidy, when you're throwing in, many cities are throwing in $50,000 or $200,000 at the behest of their constituents. But I heard your comment, Representative Downey, that you're getting tired too, but I'll tell you, this bill has never been heard in this committee. When did we have the hearing on this bill in this committee? Can someone inform me of that? So we have never heard this bill in this committee. It was heard in property taxes. Generally, the way that it works is you hear bills in property tax, you hear them again in full committee. These are completely different members. So a few of us sit on property tax. If I look around, about 80% of us have never heard this bill. Yet it's a subsidy for tens of millions of dollars. And so, I will admit to you, Representative Downing, it's a little frustrating to kind of be told I should sort of move on. I want to highlight for you that the lobbyists for this project never met with me. I know they met with you because you told me they did. Can you imagine that? I think they met with all of you. They met with me. I'm not the author of it, and no surprise, I wouldn't be the author of it, but I was never asked. Hey, we're going to put something in your city, you want to think about it? I learned about it because Representative Davids put the bill in. He never talked to me about it. I read it on the calendar. So, I do think it's okay for a Bloomington legislator to take a little time on a massive project that has never been heard in this committee. And I'm astonished that members of this committee would be comfortable voting on something like this. I think the day we do the Vikings next year or whenever it'll be done, I think members will want to have a hearing on it. They won't want to just heard it wouldn't gov off, so let's vote. So we haven't even had a hearing on this. And so for the frustration, I can't imagine how all of you might be feeling if there was no hearing on this bill in this committee, and you're a member of this committee, and someone in the party opposite, indeed the chair, is carrying it. So I hope people will just be a little tolerant and think that through a little bit, or maybe go get coffee or take a walk or something. But I do care profoundly about this, and I'm not anti-development, I'm not anti-mall, and I'm not anti the jobs. But I'm the one who represents the people who are paying for it. And I think if you just sat in that chair for a second and thought about it, you might think about this a little bit differently. Because if this is okay, it's okay to do to everyone else. Representative Runbeck spoke passionately, Mr. Chair, about it. And if she wants to support her constituents paying for this, I'm interested in figuring out how we do that together. But I will challenge any one of you here to tell me which one of you wants to vote to raise taxes on your residents for this. Anybody. And I'd ask any of you to tell me which one of you thinks that site's, raise your hand, needs a subsidy. Just think about where it is and then just ask yourself, what could possibly have failed in the market that we need a subsidy for that land? We've already got one. It's a huge one. They're here asking for some more. Members, I really hope you will allow the residents of Bloomington to have a vote on this.
Representative Lenczewski moves the A2 amendment to the A27 amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion does not prevail. The division having been called, all those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed? Good ears. 11 noes, 10 ayes. The motion does not prevail. Item next.
I have the A3, Mr. Chair.
A3?
Yes.
You get the A3, and then do you want to get the A4 here, too?
Well, if you, Mr. Chair, I sense the hurry,
I'm in no hurry, Representative Lenczewski. I don't know where that's coming from.
Okay, we could go to the Republican amendments then if you want them for a while and come back to them, but...
No, I'd like to get through the A27 amendment first.
Okay,
Then a couple Republican amendments, and then I'll have my amendment on the LGA issue, and we'll go from there. We're in no hurry.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
About
Chair.
11:30, we'll be in a hurry.
Thanks, Mike. Mr. Chair, I think we'll be done at by 11:30, but...
Okay, Representative Lenczewski moves the A3 amendment to the A27 amendment. Representative Lenczewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, this amendment simply, and I think this one is this is one everyone can get behind, and that is, it requires that the county and the school district must approve the special law. Now, you might ask me, for those of you who understand tax increment financing, that's already the law, right? Well, the statute requires this, but I'll tell you what happens, members. It almost never happens. Almost never. In fact, I know Mr. Michael's talking to someone, but I would ask him to comment on this. Did you all know this, right? You're on the tax committee, so you understand that when a TIF district is extended, the school district and the city and the county board is supposed to take a vote on that. I don't think it's ever happened. They're in violation of state law. So I want to not only have the general law, I want to add it to this special law. It says we're going to make it crystal clear that the Bloomington School Board is going to get to not the election, the people of Bloomington. You all just decided the people of Bloomington shouldn't get to vote. It's just the 7 members of the Bloomington School Board have to approve that they're okay with losing this tax base, and the city, the Hennepin County Board, because they're all involved in this too. So that's already in law, and Mr. Chair, if it helps clarify, I think I'm right. Even though we have a law that says this must take place, I really don't think it ever happens. So if Mr. Michael would be willing to answer that, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Michael, to the Lincheski question.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, state law does provide as a general rule that for extensions of the duration of TIF districts, this is allowing the district to collect increment for a longer period of time, that the affected local units of government are the city, the county, and the school, and that local laws need to be approved by all of those entities. Contrary to what Representative Lincheski has said, I think I would characterize that probably, I don't know if I want to say many, but I would say probably more than half of the extensions that have been approved have explicitly required that, and I believe that that has in fact been done. This bill is drafted in a way that just has the city of Bloomington approving it, even though they cite the reference to that statute. They do not provide for the school and the county to approve it.
Well, Mr. Chair.
Ursula Lincheski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe just a little more clarification. I mean, my guess is if the city mayor was here and the city council, and maybe they are here, if they were here, they probably would say, you know, of course we're going to go ask the city and the county if they're okay with that. And, you know, I want it in law. You know, it's supposed to be the case now. So this ties it to the special law, and people understand there's a general law and a special law. And this makes it travel with this package. So, in fact, Representative Anderson's constituents would at least know, and Representative Downey's would at least know, and Depke's and Loeffler's and others, Hortman's, would at least know that at least the Hennepin County Board had to be okay with continuing to allow the subsidy for longer than was intended in the original law. And I hope members can support this, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call being requested. Any questions? Representative Downey?
Mr. Chair, question for staff. So if, as Representative Lincheski implies, or maybe I'm not sure if she said it explicitly, but certainly implied that a number of jurisdictions have not complied with this. Is that, could you clarify that? Are you aware of circumstances where they haven't complied with the generalized statute?
Mr. Michael?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Downey, yes, I do remember instances, and I think you could say the legislature has not complied with the law, in the sense that what the Constitution says is that, I mean, this takes a history lesson. Originally, the Constitution prohibited the legislature from enacting special legislation. I mean, years ago it allowed that, and then in the 19th century that was considered to be an abuse of the legislature to enact laws that applied to, say, one corporation or one, chartering a railroad company or something like that. And so the voters amended the Constitution to prohibit the legislature from enacting special laws. In the 1950s, that generated a practice in the legislature of enacting laser-targeted general laws that only applied to one city, for example, or one county, because it was thought to be desirable to be able to change the rules that the city of Minneapolis used or something like that. So there was an amendment that passed in the 1950s that said the legislature may enact special laws that relate to local governments. can enact special laws that relate to a business, for example, or individuals or something like that. But one of the requirements of the Constitution is that those have to be approved by, quote, the affected special local units of government unless the general law provides otherwise. And so our general law says that if the local unit has a population of more than 1 million, it does not need to approve it. You know, there are certain things like that. And in general, the affected unit of government is usually the unit of government that is the one whose authority is being changed. So, for example, if you were authorizing the city of Bloomington or trying to limit the city of Bloomington or something like that, they would be the affected unit of government. In the 1980s, I believe, no, in the 1990s, the legislature changed the tax increment law to say that for an extension of a TIF district, it was not just the city that normally approves the TIF district, but it was also the county and the school that were affected. And the reason why they were affected is because a TIF district typically has captured value and is capturing, you know, it had an existing TIF district has captured existing property that's not paying taxes to the county, the school, and the city, but instead it's all going to the development authority. And when you extend the duration of that TIF district, it's capturing the taxes of the county and the school in addition to the city. And so the legislature said in that case, all three units are the affected units, and all three should approve, not just the city. So that's a long explanation of what this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I followed that, most of it. So if we don't approve this amendment, and Bloomington, Hennepin County, and ISD 271 do not all approve this, the Attorney General would be compelled to enforce state statute and take some kind of action?
Mr. Mike.
Mr. Chair, Representative Downey, no, that I don't think the Attorney General would have any obligation to do necessarily anything, but there might be a question as to whether or not that law was legitimately locally approved by the units of government. So there may be an underlying question about whether that law is actually valid. And if some individual citizen who had standing and was affected by it decided to bring suit and challenge it, it might be a question as to whether it was properly approved by the local unit of government.
Mr. Chair.
Downey.
Thank you. And so if we do pass this amendment and Bloomington, Hennepin County, and ISD 271 don't comply, would the Attorney General be bound to prosecute, or would that same type of environment exist?
Mr. Michael.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Downey, I don't think the Attorney General is under any obligation to sort of police something like this. It's not a statute that imposes an enforcement obligation on anyone. It's just, it goes to the sort of the validity of it raises questions as to the validity of the underlying law.
Mr. Chair, so I'm questioning what this amendment does. It doesn't appear to actually do anything practically.
Representative Carlson.
Chairman, I have a question of staff as well. Being that it's current law and there seems to be some question as to how tightly it's been enforced.
Microphone, please.
There seems to be some question as to how tightly current law has been followed. But my question, and we've had several TIF districts over the years up my way, and I don't recall any other local unit of government turning down a TIF district. I don't know if, I follow, for example, the Robbinsdale School District fairly closely. Probably not every single item that comes before the board, but are there instances where a city has refused, or the county board or a school district to approve a TIF district? Typically what happens up my way, and I used to represent a part of Brooklyn Center, and they had a lot of TIF-related issues because of Brookdale, and they've got a convention center, I think, up there that used to be a part of a TIF district. I don't recall the school districts ever saying no. Obviously, they didn't because the TIF districts move ahead.
Mr. Michael?
Mr. Chair, Representative Carlson, this
They were extensions.
understand this approval only relates to a special law that authorizes an extension of an existing TIF district, which it's only, a limited subset of TIF districts in the state that have been granted. So it's when the legislature enacts a law that relates only to that one city and says you may extend the period of time that you can collect tax increment beyond what general law allows you. Almost all, Representative Lincheski refers to the 2,000 TIF districts that are outstanding in Minnesota now. Almost all of those are created under the general rules that that cities and the development authorities have power to do that. This only applies when the legislature has said special rules apply to this city for a TIF district that allow you to collect increment beyond the period of time that generally would apply to all cities.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Michael, and for example, I had one for the city of Robbinsdale back when Representative Lincheski was chair of taxes. That was to extend the time period for the development. So this type of language wouldn't apply to that then because the actual development had not yet taken place. Is that a correct interpretation?
Mr. Michael?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Carlson, this only applies when the legislature says the length of time that you can collect increments is longer. So many of the exceptions that say you can spend increments on other kinds of things that general law doesn't permit, you can extend the 5-year rule or you can extend pooling that otherwise would not be available. That doesn't apply. And I think the thinking behind that, then Representative Rest was the author of that. The thinking behind this provision was that existing tax base of the school and the county is being held off the tax rolls longer. The but-for test is not an issue in many of those cases because the development's already there. And the city is saying, let us collect the county's and the school's taxes and use it for development for a longer period of time. And so I think that was the thinking about why it was appropriate to give the county and school a veto, which is not the normal circumstance for TIF in Minnesota.
Representative Carlson?
Yeah, I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Would like to hear from the mall, or the Port Authority, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair and members. With respect to the amendment offered to have the county and the school district specifically approve, it's the city's intent, and we have been in contact with the school and county to do this already. So I don't know that the city would necessarily oppose this, but I don't know that it's necessary. We've already informed them that they already know that they have veto power, so we intend to do that. We've been in contact with them. We've met with them. And so...
excuse me, I'm sorry, sir.
That's all.
Representative Lincheski, you request a roll call on this?
I did.
You going to remove it?
Well, was that a signal?
That would be a signal.
I'll withdraw the roll call.
The request for a roll call has been withdrawn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion prevails.
Mr. Chair, I have the A4.
A5?
A5, I'm sorry, A5.
A5. Representative Lincheski moves the A5 amendment to the A27 amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, you're very wise, and you're paying very close attention, even though I'm not happy that you're carrying this bill, and I oppose this subsidy on my residents. But if members are paying attention to what's going on here, I asked for a roll call on the first one because I knew it was not a big deal. And the chair figured that out, and he asked me to withdraw the roll call because it wasn't a big deal. I asked for a roll call on the referendum because it is a big deal. Or I did not ask for it because I knew that the votes would be marshaled to take that down. So I didn't put you all in that situation. I didn't ask for a referendum or for a roll call. The third one I did because, again, not a big deal. Chair figured it out, said he'd take it. So those two that I had the request on there are going to pass. So the next two are the only two mall ones I have left, and I'm not going to ask for a roll call. I'll just tell you ahead of time.
I really wish I would have figured this out earlier.
Yes. Because I do have 9. Mr. Chair, I do have 9. I know this is going to pass. I know it's supported. I understand this. I also just want my colleagues to understand what you're choosing to do, and I want you all to think about that, because you all have cities too, and I want you to think about what it would be like if I carried a bill for Representative Anderson's district to raise taxes on all of them. Think about how she might feel. So I'm not going to do 9, I'm going to do 5, and 2 of them were no-brainers. The chair took them. I knew the referendum would not pass, and I have 2 more. If I can just go through those, and we'll be through with it, and you'll all vote them down, so I won't ask for a referendum. So if I could ask Mr. Chair for Mr. Michael to explain the A5, I think it
Mr.
makes it
Michael,
clearer.
please explain the A5 Winchesky amendment, please, sir.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, what this amendment would do is to impose the pooling rules on the first mall district. That's the mall district with the existing mall in it. And what that would do is to say that it gives them an exemption from the 5-year rule, so that the 5-year rule would not apply. The practical effect of what this would do is it would say that the percentage limit of the amount of increment that they collected from the first district, what's called the 1C district, that they could only use up to 25% of the increment from that district, less their administrative expenses that they charge to that district for development on the 1G district, which is the Mall 2 district. And so basically it's a arithmetic effort for them to go through and figure out what 25% of the increment is from the 1C district, less the administrative expenses that they've charged to that, and the residual is what they could spend to help develop the 1C or the 1G district, which is where the Met Center is. The city has about $50 million in accumulated increments in that district. I don't know, I didn't do the computations to see whether or not they could fully spend all of their increment on the 1G district under this or not, or whether it would require some of those increments to be used to be redistributed to the city, the county, and the school. So I don't honestly know. I don't know if the city probably has not done those computations either, because it wasn't really relevant to anything that they were considering. But essentially what it would do is it would impose the general law percentage limits on pooling on the Mall 1 district, which could limit the amount that they could take of the accumulated increments from Mall 1 and spend it on the area outside of that district.
Mr. Redlang?
Thank you, Chair and members. This is part of the heart of why we are asking for the modification, is because the law allows us to spend that accumulated revenue on the Phase 2 TIF district, and as the Phase 2 district is modified, or its shape is modified as part of the proposed legislation, this amendment would handicap the development in that way. And so,
anyone else? Oh, excuse me. Anyone else from the audience who would like to testify on this issue? Please state your name and who you represent for the record, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kyle Macarios with the Carpenters Union. I just wanted to touch base. I didn't get a chance to testify in the Property Tax Division because it was nearing midnight when we heard this bill, but thank you for just a minute. Nobody in this state is more excited about this project moving forward than the members of my union who are currently unemployed, the 18% of them that are sitting on the bench today. This is a project that will bring hundreds of millions of dollars in private investment, the exact private investment that is badly needed in the construction industry. So we are very strongly supportive of this project moving forward. Would ask members to please oppose any amendments that would slow down or stop this needed development, and just wanted to make that point, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Any questions for the gentleman testifying? Any further discussion, Representative
Well,
Lenczewski?
thank you, Mr. Chair. That wasn't on the amendment, but, and I don't think it would be fair to ask Mr. Makarios to tell me his specific objections to the TIF pooling, but, members, this is the problem. Since this building get a hearing here, we're sort of working in some testimony. The right way would have been to have a hearing. So we're on an amendment about TIF pooling, and members, you're on the tax committee, so you understand why we don't let tax increment finance districts do pooling.
Person Lenczewski, what do you call what we're doing now? We haven't heard it. Well, it's in the property taxes now.
We did not hear this House file in this committee.
No, we're hearing it now as part of the omnibus bill.
Mr. Chair, we're hearing my amendments.
Yes, we are. Well, by debating the bill, it's in the bill.
Okay,
So we're hearing it in the bill. I'm not quite sure how else you'd do that.
Well, Mr. Chair, that's one way to look at it. I mean, I have seen past practice under both parties, bills heard in property get reheard in taxes, but at least as a division report, which we did not do, so that would have been a way that could have been done. But had I known we were now going to allow one side of the issue to testify and sort of work it in, I would have brought my residents who would be here to testify that they're really tired of paying the subsidy, and they don't want to keep paying it. And I said this to the few of you who are on property taxes before, that as someone who door knocks in my community all the time, I've never had a door ever tell me, please give more subsidy from me to the mall, will you please? No one's ever said, lengthen that time out. Everyone says, are they ever going to start paying property taxes? So, members, this is not a hearing on this bill. If we want to call it that, that's one way to look at it. I would have liked the opportunity to bring in the residents of Bloomington to talk to you all, because we're hearing the advocates now sort of work in on a TIF pooling amendment, but that is the chair's prerogative, and I just have to accept that.
Any further discussion? If you could state your name for the record and who you represent, please, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, my name is Kurt Hagan. I'm Vice President of Development for Mall of America.
Welcome to the committee, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm here to tell you that I can't speak for the residents of Bloomington. I can, and Mr. Rudlang can speak for the city staff. We do have a resolution, unanimous support from City Council, unanimous support from City Port Authority. City staff supports this, the city manager supports this, the city mayor supports this. So there is some good, I think, in we're not that good in fooling the entire city, that there's some good in this for Bloomington. And I think that the city, the elected officials see that. The city, by the city's own estimate, the increment or the taxes that they receive each year now, even within the TIF district, exceed the cost of services by $1 million a year. That's today. That's before $660 million comes online in 2016, when the existing tax value of TIF District 1C comes online. The city's estimate is that those taxes that are coming online are 4 times what they would have received with the alternative development. That's for Phase 1. For Phase 2, the city's estimate is that it's 5.5 times the property value that will come online, but for this TIF extension and the full build. So, members, you're really left with a choice of how much density do you want to build, taxes that you want to create, jobs that you want to create from this TIF district. Development will happen. Ms. Lenczewski is right that development's going to occur on that site. It's just a matter of how much. And I think you've got a good example of that today in IKEA. IKEA is 15 acres. It's 1/3 of the site. The remaining site is 30 acres. So we can build 2 more IKEAs. We can build a Bass Pro or a Cabela's and a water park, and we can call it a day, and doesn't need a TIF extension. But if we want to build 3.8 million square feet or 4 million square feet of additional development instead of 600,000 or 800,000 square feet of additional development, we need this TIF extension. It's really as simple as that it can't be financed without it. Additional density cannot be financed without it. Doesn't make sense. But it does make sense, I think, to the state of Minnesota and to the region and to the counties, to the city. $1 billion has been collected and generated in taxes from Mall of America Phase 1. $1 billion. $500 million to the state in sales tax. And half of that comes from tourists. Half of our sales are from tourists. So I believe there's a great benefit to the state to see more density developed on this site, more tourism and more jobs versus what the market development would be in pad development. Thank you.
Representative Loeffler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and, I know that you have spoken many times about dismay and disparagement of that the Hard Rock Cafe is no longer in downtown Minneapolis, and I've listened many times to people in support of this sort of disparage IKEA, and I can tell you, I know more people who are fans of IKEA than anything that's in the Mega Mall. And so I don't know that hasn't brought a unique experience and has brought people I know from surrounding states to shop in this area. And so the same arguments that are made about other things here could also be made about that. It has brought a unique thing where so many of these other developments that we subsidize just create another replication of the chain that's available in every other corner of the metropolitan area, and nobody wants to go there because it's just what you could get 2 miles away. And so I think sometimes highest development isn't always the goal for us in a public subsidy. And I am concerned, I haven't heard, since we're going to have a hearing on this, and we didn't hear any testimony about the $2 million, I get the two projects mixed up, but I know one of them had $2 million or 2 million square feet of additional office space. And I would like to hear the economic analysis that says there's a demand for that in some of the materials that were brought in by some of the TIF districts that are in the bill. One of them, I think it was Egan, said they already have a 20% vacancy rate. And that's why they chose not to go to office space, because they didn't think the market could absorb that, and it was a much smaller project. And so if we're going to seriously consider this, I need to know where is the new occupants going to come from. Are they going to come from downtown St. Paul and downtown Minneapolis and downtown Egan and Eden Prairie? And then we'll have another redevelopment district here to deal with the blight of the vacant buildings. Or, what's the strategy here? Because I do think that that's an issue, bringing this much online in the kind of time frame you're talking about. And, it may or may not be something unique to the market. So if we're going to have a hearing on it, I'd like to know, where are these people coming from? What are the businesses? Are they lined up? Do we have commitments? Where are we at on this?
Mr. Hagan?
Mr. Chair, members, I'm not sure where the 2 million square feet came from. I have a feeling you're thinking about a different bill, which is Bloomington Central Station. Right now, we've got programmed in Phase 2 about 150,000 square feet of office space, not 2 million, and that's for the Mayo Clinic. The uses that are going in Phase 2 are uses, we're creating destination uses. So if you like IKEA, they're more of the same. They're of destination-type retailers. Again, we're trying to bring in uses that generate tourism, drive people to the site, and keep them there. So one is a recreational anchor. You've heard it talked about for several years, Bass Pro, which we have a letter of intent with. Again, Bass Pro is not moving forward today. They're hoping that when financing turns around that they will. A water park resort is another use. And then we're looking to infill with uses that are either underserved or not served at all today in Phase 1. Again, we're not trying to compete with ourselves and replicate what we're doing. We're trying to generate new uses that will bring additional traffic and additional tourism to the site.
Thank you. Mr. Loeffler?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do confuse the two because we haven't had full hearings on them. But I still think the question is there. I mean, if you're going to have a water park resort, there's already several of them in the metro. And, I do think we just have to know sort of what can be absorbed and what can't be.
Person Winchesky?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, again, because it's sort of morphing into off my amendment and just sort of general testimony, I do feel I have to respond. Members, did you know the way tourists are defined at the mall includes people who live in northern Minnesota? They're tourists at the mall. I mean, you got to know the definitions of what tourism is here. After you get out of the 5-state area, it's a very, very small slice.
Is it St. Cloud too?
No, I think within 200 miles, I think you're in.
St. Paul.
But, some members, North and South Dakota, Wisconsin, people living over, across the river, I mean, they're tourists for tax purposes here. And members, we know how a regional economy works. If you couldn't spend your money there, you'd spend it, somewhere else. So it's a very small bit that's anything new economic activity. It's just, robbing other retail competitors in the 5-state area, downtowns like St. Paul and other places. And So there's a net increment. And I've always said I'd be happy to support some limited subsidy for a net new increment. But that would look nothing like this. If you want to figure out how to do a little bit of subsidy to get the people from Japan who fly in, fine. But that's not what this bill is. So I did have to comment. You know, there's been talk about precedent. I mean, there is no precedent like this bill, members, in the history of TIF legislation in the state of Minnesota. The original legislation for TIF 1 and TIF 2 gave them 25 years, and this is a huge extension on top of it. And even when there's been a few extensions in TIF, and I shouldn't even call them extensions, continued property tax subsidies from residents, they've never been for retail. And we know that in TIF law, we don't even really like to let retail have any TIF subsidy because it's not the kind of stuff we're trying to attract. It doesn't need a competitive edge. It's not like for all the folks who love these, tax credits, it's not like angel credit. It's retail, so it's retail. And retail is a great thing to have. It just doesn't need a subsidy to work in this country. It's taking away from someone else. But it's been mentioned that all these people in the city of Bloomington support it. And I passed out a letter that I wanted you all to see what the communication has been between me and my city council. And if you just take a look, you can see it's not been there. And you can get a sense for how much the residents understand about this proposal in my letter. You can read about what the hearing was that took place. And so the study meetings happen in small rooms. They meet the letter of the law. They're taped. They're not televised, and people are not there. And so that's how the discussion is played out. There's no one going and running a campaign to say, hey, do you want pay more subsidy? Do you want your property taxes be higher? So that's, the city council absolutely has the right to make a cost-benefit analysis and say, well, we think it's worth it, and they're duly elected, and they have every right to. But to think that in any way the residents of Bloomington are understanding what's going on or even know this bill is up today, I just have to say to you that to have folks who testifying here, none of whom live in Bloomington, telling you all that this is how it works in Bloomington, I think if you just put yourself in my situation, I think you'd understand. So just think about that. I mean, that's who's telling you that Bloomington wants this. And then I did want to talk to the labor issue because Mr. Makarios showed up and absolutely, I've said this repeatedly, and I carried the jobs bill that was for construction jobs, and in fact gave this project and every project in the state an 18-year extension or 18-month extension. And so, what gets missed in this, and I carried the 2008 legislation that provided all kinds of tools for these folks, and they have all kinds of tools, and they're not using them because they want the property taxpayers to pay for it. So. I just recently had a meeting, a labor town hall meeting. I've never even had one before. I have regular town hall meetings, and the Minnesota AFL-CIO and just a large consortium of labor groups held a town hall meeting with me at my city hall in the last 3 weeks, I think it was. And they offered, and they said they've done a number around the state bipartisanly, and I've never participated in one. And so we had to talk about this, actually, and I asked folks, both before and during, after, in and out, do you personally support paying for this as a Bloomington resident? And nobody said yes. So, I mean, of course, labor as a group supports it, and we all support the jobs as well. But if you ask the people who are in IBEW and who are in the carpenters and who are in the building trades in Bloomington who are at my town hall, do they want to pay increased taxes for this? They told me no. So, people can say what they want about this. Of course, people who don't live in Bloomington want Bloomington to pay for it. I get it. So, again, I told you there wouldn't be a roll call. We know it's not going to pass, but I have to respond to some of these. And I think Representative Loeffler's comments on IKEA, I mean, we heard this in property tax and hearing it again, that somehow IKEA is terrible. So what's wrong with 2 more IKEA developments? We just heard the testimony that if you don't give us a subsidy, we'll have 2 more types of IKEAs. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with the market working? Why does it have to be, all these proposals that just for some reason can't get done? I will tell you, the public, Mr. Chair, is unaware of this proposal, the affected public. But when it's time to inform them in a way that benefits the developer, these are the kind of things I say. These were passed out door to door in my neighborhood to get folks to support a private metro casino for the Mall of America. So you can go in and you can find under the campaign, this was prepared and paid for by the Minnesota Environment Development Corporation, and there was a concerted effort trying to convince my residents that they really wanted was a casino in the Mall of America, and they didn't want one. So we have occasionally seen the public try to, that people try to inform them, but it's usually on the other side. So, members, I do, I know, Mr. Chair, you're ready to move on this amendment, not asking for a roll call. I understand it's going to go down. But I do think to the amendment, which is what we were on, what the amendment said is that you can't keep using the stuff you're getting out of Phase 1 over here for Phase 2. You can't keep breaking all the TIF rules, pooling rules, to keep building Phase 2. There was a promise to the people of Bloomington that it's going to come off in 2016, and this tightens that up. They can still use some, but, I asked in the Property Tax Committee a question I already knew the answer to, but I want to repeat it to all of you so you can understand the situation. I asked the city to tell us how much money do they have sitting in a pot for Phase 2 of the mall, for a development. Just right now, without any extra legislation that's already collected, just sitting in a pile and ready to give to the Mall of America developers for Phase 2. Current law, and it's just sitting there. The answer was $51 million. Guess where that came from? It's my residents. That's where that came from. Everything that's been going in what we call the Airport South, that now has a new name called South Loop. Through the 80s, the city of Bloomington had a practice, not Mr. Rudland, I think I got his name right, Rudling, he didn't work there, but in the 80s, the city had a policy that, and they were cited by the Office of the State Auditor, because every time somebody pulled a building permit in the city of Bloomington, they threw it into a TIF district. And they've been putting money aside, courtesy of subsidy, for mall all this time. And so even with all the law and current law, they get a huge tax increment financing district for Phase 2 in current law. They have all kinds, I went through some of the menus of all the taxes afforded to them that they can use. They can turn them on. The mayor can turn them on. It has city authority that was passed in 08 legislation. They can just blink them on and use them. And then on top of that, they have $51 million. I mean, how much do you all really think people should give them? If 51 million plus all the other stuff isn't enough, is 100 enough? How about 200, 300, 400? I mean, members, you're setting state policy here. The first proposal got $181 million of subsidy, and there's a 51 in a pot. And they have a whole bunch of other things in line, and then there's this bill. So, I understand it's chair's bill. Folks have decided it's going to pass this year, and I'm understanding of that. But don't ever, if you vote for this, feel that you have not continually, that you have not been part of giving a $250 million of local residents' money to a private development. That's exactly what's going on here.
Further discussion on the H2027A5 amendment. Representative Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to the gentleman at the table, does Governor Dayton have a position on this TIF extension?
Mr. Hagan.
Mr. Chair and members, I don't know that Governor Dayton has an official position on this. I do not.
Any further discussion? Representative Lancheski.
Mr. Chair, I'm so glad Representative Erickson brought that up because well, Mr. Chair, you testified at the Property Tax Committee that you and Dayton supported this and that he was all on board. Maybe you can tell us about that because I received information from his staff after the hearing because I was repeating it because I thought since you told us all that it was true that there is no position at this time. So can you clarify how you know that the governor is supporting this bill?
I had been told, and I'll have to go back in my office and look at my notes, that the governor is supportive of this. I can't tell you right now, but I understood that the governor was supporting the Mall of America. I can get you that information. Representative Lancheski.
Well, Mr. Chair, and I would agree with that, and I appreciate the clarification because I do believe Governor Dayton is supportive of the mall, particularly because of the construction jobs that would be afforded there. But the financing mechanism, I have not heard what the support is there. And my watching and knowing the governor, I will say, I have not seen him be a fan of property tax increases or regressive taxes or selecting a subset of the population to do something for the state or for organized labor. So we'll learn more about that as this goes forward. Unfortunately, it's now in the omnibus bill, and I hope, Mr. Chair, that if your omnibus bill doesn't meet the fate you want it to meet, that part of this amendments that I've been doing and part of what I've been saying in property taxes will help you and Senator Ortman and the governor and the speaker and Senator Senjum actually get your project done that you want to do in a more reasonable and fair way, because there are certainly other ways to if you want to give them more subsidy, there's a lot more ways than this, and my sense is that Governor Dayton is open to thinking through other methods. So I think it's fair to say, I think your instincts are right, but I can't speak for him either, but I think he has been a supporter of any large building project, whether it's Bonneville or the Vikings, and I would guess this too, that can bring folks who are on the bench who need a job off the bench. But we're on a particular tax package, so thank you.
That's correct. Thank you, Representative Lencheski. If you would please state your name and who you represent for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, Kyle Makarios again for the Carpenters Union. On this particular issue, I want to be clear, not that I certainly don't speak for the governor, and haven't talked with staff in the last few days. However, Governor Dayton, I heard from the governor's mouth him say extremely positive things before the session started about this particular proposal to extend the TIF district on this project. He obviously has been a champion for the unemployed construction workers in this state, generally speaking. I agree with you on that, Representative Lencheski. But, Mr. Chairman, I would be very surprised if the governor wasn't supporting the specific piece of legislation, as he said extremely positive things about the concept not very long ago.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Mr. Makarios, I listened to what you said. I agree that my guess is, I'm guessing, because I have not talked to him about this project, but you have. So you just said he supports the TIF. You actually said this TIF financing. Is that accurate?
Sir?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Lencheski, we have certainly talked about the specific proposal to extend the TIF district for Phase 2 of Mall of America.
Well, Mr. Chair, since you seem to have the link that I don't have, Mr. Makarios has, maybe I wasn't invited, but is the governor met with the 6 Bloomington legislators about this? I mean, he hasn't met with me, but do you know?
I think what needs to be done here, this conversation, I will contact the governor's office and try and get him to let me know what his exact position is, because we're going, he said, she said, and...
Well, Mr. Chair,
Representative Lencheski.
I appreciate that, because, I was repeating that into a microphone at the property taxes that Governor Dayton supports it because you said he did. And now I heard it again, in fact, that it's actually this particular bill. And I find it concerning that people know the governor's position before Bloomington legislators know the governor's position. And there's 6 of us, and I think we'd like to know. So, I sure hope, I don't think that, we have a different, we can think about whatever we want, but I'm surprised. I think the governor is a great listener and talks to local legislators about how to best achieve the goals for this project. And if what people are trying to signal to me is it's a done deal, don't bother talking to the governor, I mean, I think that's what I'm hearing.
Representative Lencheski, I think your point is very important, and we will be I'll be having my people talking to his people to get this locked down.
Thank you.
So it's very important what you're saying.
Thank you.
On this issue. Okay, Representative Lencheski renews her motion on the H2027A5 amendment to the A27 amendment, the H2337A27 amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Motion does not prevail. Representative Lencheski
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Moves the H2027A7 amendment to the H2337A27 amendment. Representative Lencheski.
Mr. Chair, I'm not going to move that, but thank you, so strike that.
Representative Lencheski withdraws the H2. Oh, I said she did, but she really didn't, so she really didn't.
Mr. Chair.
Representative Lencheski.
If I could just speak to it then. I mean, like I said, I had 9 amendments.
Well, let's get it before us then. If you want to speak to this?
No, I just want to talk about them all for a minute because I'm done with it. I'm going to save another half hour. I'm going to save you a half hour by not talking about the amendment. That's all.
Floor's yours.
I'm just in closing.
Floor's yours.
Because, members,
President
you've heard, people have been in and out of the room, and I noted, part of the reason I wanted to continue to do amendments, Mr. Chair, because this committee did not have a hearing, and I took a risk not doing them all, so you could learn a lot more about it. I did a very abbreviated version of what I intended to do, and then I announced that in the final two, I wouldn't ask for a roll call, and in fact, I'm not even doing the final one, and then immediately half of you left. So I understand how that works. There's a reason people go through amendments, and there's a reason people ask for roll calls or not, because then people stop listening. And so when people go, oh, you know what, I don't have to vote for that, I'm not going to vote, they go get their sandwich. But this committee should think about this. This is in this bill. It will be the longest TIF extension ever granted in the history of the state in any project. Nothing close to it in retail. And it actually may just miss it because of the new amended version that the chair put up. But the process has not been, in my estimation, a good one. Bloomington legislators have not been a part of this at all, and indeed, you can again read the letter to know kind of how Bloomington legislators are really kind of out of the loop on this. It's also being carried by a very powerful legislator of the party opposite, without any input from me. So I understand that the majority has decided that this is going to be part of the omnibus bill and it's going to pass off the House floor. And my feeling is, we don't know the governor's position, but my feeling agrees with Mr. Makarios and the chair that the governor is supportive of something. Whether it's this exact thing or not, I don't know. But I do think it's going to be difficult for people in the future. There's a process in the tax committee that happens. When people start letting the local option sales tax slip through, then everybody's got to have one. And that's what's happening now. Last year, a whole bunch of those were approved, so this year there's more. Last year, a whole bunch of TIF districts got approved after 20 years of tightening down on these hidden property tax increases on people. And the barn door opened, and here they all come again. And there's no doubt that the Mall of America figured out different people are, and much easier chance to get this stuff through. And I don't blame them. I mean, the Mall of America and the city and the folks who want it are smart. I mean, they should get in now and get all the getting while the getting's good. But you all are legislators. And you all should be thinking about what this really means. And if this is okay here, why isn't it okay everywhere else? So, I understand a decision's made. The mall is a wonderful place. It creates a lot of jobs, and there will be a lot more jobs with Phase 2. The financing, which is this committee, is not fair. It is not fair that a very small subset of the state's population, if there's going to be a subsidy, in my estimation there shouldn't be, but that my residents should continue, which they have been doing since 1986. People are born and dying, and this thing is still not paying any local taxes. And so, members, this vote allows, as I said in property taxes, there's this theory that there's a rainbow, and at the end of the rainbow there's this big pot of gold, and everyone's going to get rich from this big pot of gold. Well, the pot of gold that exists goes to the state, not to the residents. They're all waiting for their pot of gold. And this bill says, oh, we're almost got to the end of the pot of gold, and we're going to move the pot. The leprechaun jumped in, we're going to take the pot of gold and push it down the road, and you all in Bloomington can just keep paying. So in about 50 years, generations will come and go, and, it'll start paying something to the city of Bloomington. And Mr. Chair, I appreciate that you're letting me spout off about it. I think my residents will not, they like the mall, they're glad, that you all come there, but they don't get anything from it, other than the same things that you all get from it. And the people of Bloomington are waiting for the Mall of America to begin paying property taxes like they do twice a year, every year, when they get their property tax statement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Lencheski. To the H2337A27 amendment, the Marquardt, Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It improved as it went through the process. So we know we do have three additional things. You've got the veterans credit increase up to 150%. You have the Mall of America but-for test now on the amendment, and then you have the Mall of America requiring the county and school to sign off. So I would ask for your support.
Representative Loon.
Mr. Chair, well, I don't know if there's other discussion, but I'd like to make an oral amendment to the A27 amendment.
Okay, your oral amendment.
Mr. Chair, I would move to strike line 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5 to the A27 amendment.
We have an amendment to the amendment, an oral amendment to strike lines 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5. Any discussion?
Someone have a copy of that? Bring that down, I lost it.
Yeah, mine's buried here somewhere, too.
Where's that Markwart?
What was
I'm sorry. On your amendment, we would strike lines 1.3, 1.4, and 1.5. Representative Markwart?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that is fine. I'll incorporate.
To the Loon oral amendment, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion prevails. Representative Markwart, is there any other discussion to the A27 amendment as amended, the H2337 A27 amendment as amended? Okay. Discussion, hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, motion prevails. The Markwart amendment passes. Okay, item next.
Mr. Chair, is my seasonal
Representative
rec, tax benefit still in there or not?
Okay, I believe there are more amendments. Representative Downey. Oh, do we have more amendments? Representative Lancheski? Representative Hortman? Be Hortman, then Downey. Representative Hortman moves the A12-0790 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And, I am no expert on what happens in the Property Tax Committee because I don't serve on that committee. But my understanding is that there were two Nelson bills, Representative Nelson tells me, that were incorporated into the Runbeck Property Tax Division report. And a part of each of the Nelson bills then didn't make it into the amendment that got added to this bill. And Representative Nelson asked me on behalf of the City of Brooklyn Park to add the language. And if you want to know what my amendment does, the staff from the City of Brooklyn Park has been here all day listening to our discussion and could, in a couple minutes, tell us what my amendment does.
Okay. And I think, Representative Portman, the concerns we have on the amendment is on line 1.8, the 30 days is problematic. I don't really see in section 12 where there's really any problem with that. But we could certainly have someone sit at the table and tell us we're not going to go the 30 days. If you could please state your name and who you represent for the record, please.
Chair Davids, I'm Kim and the rest of the committee. I'm Kim Berggren. I work for the City of Brooklyn Park and Economic Development Division.
Is that as in B-E-R-G-E-R?
B-E-R-G-G-R-E-N.
Oh, cool. Can you say that again?
Berggren.
I'm sorry, can you spell it again?
B-E-R-G-G-R-E-N.
Okay, please provide your testimony.
Chair Davids and the committee, what we were asking for the TIF foreclosure recovery bill, several things were included in the bill that's before you already, and the amendments, the two things that were omitted that now Representative Hortman is bringing forward is changing the vacancy requirement for foreclosures from 6 months to 30 days. As we are implementing the foreclosure recovery work in Brooklyn Park, we're really struggling with the 6-month rule. We have a lot of foreclosures in our community. We were disproportionately hit from other communities. I think, as a lot of people know, 1 in 5 of our homes in our community have gone through foreclosure in the last 5 years. So our neighborhoods are severely impacted. We're working in the targeted neighborhoods, and our provision that requires us to wait 6 months on some of these vacant homes is causing problems in our neighborhoods. So we're asking for the ability to just wait for 30 days until we acquire homes for foreclosure recovery. The other change...
Mr. Chair, I think it's important to add that is after the redemption. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is that 30 days is after the redemption period has expired, and the redemption period is already a 6-month time period. So it's not 30 days total, it's 30 days on top of the redemption period.
Any other questions? Or Ms. Bergen, to the second part?
The second part is just asking for some technical clarifications, and this was brought forward by the attorneys saying that they're referencing, it wasn't referencing to make it clear that the homes must have gone through the full redemption period in order to be eligible to acquire. So the language that's being proposed is just referencing the appropriate foreclosure statutes.
Questions? Okay, what I'd like to do is I will move an oral amendment to strike lines 1.3 to 1.8. Any discussion to that? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Now we have the amendment as amended. Further discussion? Anyone from the audience like to testify? Go ahead. Okay, to the
Well, Mr. Chair,
Representative Runbeck?
could we have more testimony? I mean,
I'm opening up for more testimony, certainly.
well, on the first part, we just dropped, but I mean,
Gone.
I think if we have some real estate people here, maybe there's a little more light we could shed on it.
Is there anyone else who would like to testify on the part that doesn't exist? I don't see anyone. Okay, we now have the 812-0790 amendment as amended. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Motion prevails. Item next. Representative Downey moves H2337-822 amendment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr.
Downey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. This is actually an amendment that conforms the angel investment tax credit language to an agreement that I reached with the Department of Employment and Economic Development, and also inclusion of a provision that was in Representative Murray's bill related to the angel investment tax credit as well. And if I can just briefly describe it, the first piece of the bill is eligibility requirements and what kind of companies are eligible to receive the credit. Two portions of that. The first is on page 3, line 23 through 26. Basically, it says if a company is struggling to get through FDA approvals, they can actually be eligible for the credit beyond the original time limit of 10 years. For those who follow this, you now cannot rely on previous FDA approvals to get your own FDA approval. You kind of got to go all the way back and start at the beginning and re-execute all of the previous FDA approvals that you might have relied on beforehand. So that's one provision. And then the other major provision for eligibility is to make sure that people aren't kind of gaming the system by reconstituting their companies, either going public and then not going public, or liquidating and reforming under some kind of an LLP. And so there's three items there on page 2, lines 6 and 7. Page 3, line 31, and then on page 4, lines 4 through 8, all make sure that the business can't have gone through some kind of a liquidation or go public and then come back and be eligible for the credit. So that's the eligibility criteria section. And then on page 4, line 29. Representative Murray and others noticed, as did the department, that a very small percentage of the credit is being used in greater Minnesota, whereas almost 50% of the small businesses exist in greater Minnesota, as compared to the metro. Only about 10 or 11% of the credit was being accessed in greater Minnesota. So what we're doing, and the department, I think, agrees with this language. They had sent over a draft on it. We're stating that Greater Metro, we should have a target of 30% of the credit going to Greater Minnesota companies, and if they don't hit that target, then they'd actually increase the amount of the credit at least after December 31st of 2013 for companies in Greater Minnesota. So with that, Mr. Chair, I stand for questions or if there's testifiers.
I believe Deed is here to testify regarding the Downey A22 amendment. If you could please state your name and who you represent for the record, please, sir, and provide your testimony.
Mr. Chair, Jeff Nelson, Department of Employment and Economic Development.
Could you spell your last name?
NEL.
Just kidding. Please provide your testimony.
I run the Angel Tax Credit Program. As Representative Downey just pointed out, in 2010, we only had 6 businesses in Greater Minnesota that were beneficiaries of the Angel Tax Credit Program. That did more than double to 13 in 2011. Still, that just represents about 10% of the companies that were participating in the program overall. The dollar amounts, however, that were going into Greater Minnesota did increase far more dramatically. In 2010, $1.8 million was invested in those 6 businesses in Greater Minnesota. The 13 businesses in 2011, that jumped to $12.9 million. Still, that's a relatively small percentage. Yet, I do want to say that in 2011, we did begin a program to try to increase the participation rate in Greater Minnesota by businesses. We did a major outreach program. We met with more than a dozen organizations throughout the state, economic developers, businesses, investors, to educate more people about the program, and I think that did have an effect. Yet I realize that there is a public policy argument for trying to extend the program to Greater Minnesota in a bigger way, and in that sense, the department does support Representative Downey's efforts here.
Questions for Mr. Nelson? Nelson. Anyone else from the audience who would like to testify regarding this? Please state your name.
My name is Michael Schley, S-C-H-L-E-Y. I'm an attorney at Larkin Hoffman, although I'm here speaking on behalf of myself today, not on behalf of a client. I have been very involved with this credit since it was first adopted. I'm a big supporter of it. I think it makes a big difference for the very small companies that are the ones that I think are being left behind by many of the other equity capital markets. I've been working with those sorts of companies, as I say, for over 30 years. There are 2 things in the bill that I think need change. Now, the first one, I have to admit, I just got the amendment. As the bill is standing now, as this amendment is standing now, does it remove the 175% wage requirement?
Representative Downey?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. The bill originally had a cancellation of that minimum requirement, and as part of my negotiation with the department, the amendment reinstates that minimum. So you're correct in saying that that minimum is still in effect.
Thank you very much.
Sir?
What I would like to speak to is that requirement. The problem that I have is I will have clients come to my office who've heard about the credit, who are exactly the types of businesses that you want to have getting this company, and I'll sit down with them and I'll go through the laundry list. Okay, are you a technology business within the categories? Are you located in Minnesota? Are your employees in Minnesota? You've got less than 25 employees. You don't have bad boys. And they're saying, yes, yes, get on, yes, get on. Do you have any employees who are being paid less than 18, I think it's 55 or 1850? And they're like, well, yeah, of course I do. And it's like, well, then you don't qualify. Well, what do you mean? I said, the law requires that you pay everybody a amount of wages that's 175% of a statistic published by the U.S. Department of Labor. So that changes every year, goes up every year, I assume. And they're like, well, no, I can't do that. I've asked for a handout to be handed out, which it looks like this. I assume you have it in front of you. I apologize, it's not fancier than it was going to be or could have been. I went to the deed website, and I pulled up some statistics from their website as to average wage levels. Now, I assume you're all familiar with the concept of a median, half above, half below. What this cover sheet shows is I picked a few of the regions and the statewide number for various categories of employees, and I put down on here what those median levels are. There's the statewide number, the metro number, and then I just picked 3 at random. I've boldened 3 of the categories, the secretaries, bookkeeping, and mail clerks. Now, I'll focus particularly on the first 2. Just about every company that is beyond the stage of being a family business with no employees.
Sir, could you please wrap it up? Just get to your point, please.
The requirement that the law has is that everybody be paid $18.55, which means that you are requiring that businesses pay in some cases nearly double what the going wage is for people in those regions for those tasks.
Thank you. Representative Downey?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is something that actually is important and that I originally had in the bill to strike that provision, and it may actually have a bigger impact in Greater Minnesota and be possibly correlated to the limitation that we've seen in Greater Minnesota accessing this. However, Mr. Nelson advised me and made me aware that the vast majority of these very small companies are typically paying an office suite, just kind of cost of doing business for many of these functions. And if you want to, you can contract these out, pay the corresponding wage on a contract basis as compared to a W-2 employee. So if the credit were being massively undersubscribed and we didn't have companies that could, avail themselves of it at these levels and under those conditions, I think we'd have a bigger discussion. But I was willing to grant the department's position and leave it in for now.
Okay, Mr. Schley?
I'm not sure where I want to go with this. I have to say that I feel a little bit cut off.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Talk.
I have clients come in all the time that I have to say, you don't qualify. If you're the very small company and you're just the founder and your wife, well, even your wife counts. You have to meet the requirement for your wife. But if you're just the founder, a couple founders, you're okay. If you're a bigger company and you're paying people, you're okay. But if you're out in the outstate particularly, or if you're beyond the first few people, you can't qualify for this credit. And those are people that I think we very much want to have. They're at the very early stages of starting up their business to the point where they can't afford to pay that. And to say to them, you have to pay your people $18 when the going rate for some of the jobs in question is just over $9, disqualifies a lot of the businesses that I think should be seen. In fact, I think in prior year's testimony were stated to be the targets of this bill.
You're coming along. Representative Runbeck, and then Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I would happen to agree with Mr. Nelson. This is really self-defeating. I'd be interested in hearing from the department and just where they're coming from on this. Is this a federal requirement? I mean, it doesn't apply in so many cases. I don't understand it.
Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Chair, Representative, when the legislature initially passed the Angel Tax Credit Program, they picked that the beneficiary of the program would be high-tech businesses. And one of the reasons they chose high-tech businesses was because it was a high-wage industry. And so the part of the reason for picking this industry was we wanted to create jobs, but we wanted to create well-paying jobs. In 2011, we had $16 million in credits that we were allowed to allocate. That was $12 million for 2011 plus a $4 million from the previous year. All 16 million of those credits were allocated to businesses that could meet this requirement. In fact, we ran out of credits in mid-November. So in essence, we were oversubscribed. Businesses that we wish to encourage to hire people at a wage of 175% of the poverty level for a family of four seem to be filling all the allocation that we can grant.
Representative Carlson.
Yeah, I have a question. Maybe it's of staff, but I remember when we had a discussion when the bill was presented. And are we talking here wage or total compensation? My recollection was it was total compensation.
Mr. Michael?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Carlson, it does include benefits, if I understand it correctly, but Mr. Nelson, who administers the program, is probably the better person to talk about the...
Mr. Chair, Representative, that is correct. We have a wage guideline that we provide, but if we're close to that, we say that it does include total compensation, which is all fringe benefits.
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, the reason I bring that up, and my recollection then was correct, we're talking about really two potentially very different numbers when we talk about total compensation then. I know when I've dealt with legislation and we're putting staff into a state agency and that kind of thing, the number we generally use is total compensation when we're determining what the cost factor is. The other question I have, I'm not sure this list is really representative of technology positions either. I assume they would have some employees that would fall into these categories, but when we're talking about technology companies, there really isn't anything on the list here that shows job salaries or compensation of people that I would describe as the technology-type employee, the engineer or the computer technicians and that kind of thing, which would be another category that, quite honestly, should probably be shown here as well. But the main point I wanted to make is that we're talking total compensation when we talk about those numbers and not just a wage.
Mr. Chair, Representative, I do want to point out that of the business applicants, I would say approximately two-thirds of the companies that applied for the program are pre-payroll. They have no employees. In addition, we have a number of exceptions to the wage requirement. Any executive of the company, any board member of the company, anyone that owns 20% or more of the shares of the company is exempt from the wage limitation. Most of the companies that do have employees, it's 3 or 4 people, and they're all involved in the company. They are the officers, they are the directors. So we find that often these wage limitations have no bearing anyway.
Representative Carlson.
I've made my point. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Schley?
I agree with Mr. Nelson. I agree with the comment before about the engineers. I absolutely agree that that's the target. The concern that I have is the companies that I run into, that the person who is not the principal shareholder, who is not a 20% owner, and they need that side staff. There are companies that are being disqualified for a reason that doesn't have anything to do with the purpose of the bill. If the company was not employing high-tech people, was not doing that, they should not get the credit. It's the incidental disqualification that is my concern and that I'm seeing.
Thank you, sir. Representative Gottwald and Lancheski. Representative Gottwald.
I must be doing something over here that's...
Oh. I'm sorry. Yeah. I used to be an auctioneer. I can find people like you and believe. Okay, Representative Lancheski.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Schlein, maybe Representative Downey, too. You know, as Representative Downey well knows, I have strong feelings about this bill, yet I ended up being the chief author. And, there was this group that worked really hard, Mr. Nelson, and we had input from Mr. Schlein, and we heard some of the best testimony, honestly, in trying to come up with some accountability provisions. And part of it was, I think, the argument that, well, Representative Downey wouldn't say, the taxpayers are subsidizing. He might agree to say that, but for a better tax preference in the code, that there's some public benefit we should be looking at, and we wanted we wanted to see that people would be fairly compensated as employees. But listening to you, I'm sort of agreeing with this sort of counterintuitive to me, but particularly on the greater Minnesota piece, did you think of anything, or did you work with Representative Downey to come up with something in between what we've got in all or none? I mean, I don't know if you can do something different outside the 7-county metro, or a limited package for a short time that after this many months people have to hit that wage, or
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Schley?
Absolutely. I am not proposing, I do not believe it's proper that a company that pays all of its employees a low wage is the right target for this law, for this credit. The concern I have is where it's not the core employees, but there are companies that are being disqualified because of the clerical staff they have. And I'll point out, by the way, that if I'm the owner of the company, the officer, and I invite my wife to come in and do the bookkeeping, she is not subject to the same exemption that I am. Paying her, well, I guess she'd make me pay more, but paying her less than the $18.55 would disqualify the company. So I absolutely not.
If you're paying your wife less than $18.50, you should be disqualified.
Well, actually, I think she's paying me, Chairman.
Okay.
Him more. Him less than her.
No, maybe that's Representative Downey wants to jump in. Seems like it might be something could be found for the future. I don't know.
Thank you. I appreciate the support on that, Representative Lancheski. I somewhat unwillingly ceded on that point, and frankly, the final convincing argument for me was that you can have contract employees as compared to W-2 employees or contracted folks. So in that situation, you could simply contract with your wife for these services at a lower rate as compared to bringing them on as W-2 employees. Mr. Nelson can correct me if I'm wrong, but that was his clincher argument with me, and I would just as soon waive the whole limitation. But
Well,
Representative Ronbeck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Nelson, are you totally rigid on this, or do you have some sort of, do you waiver at all if there's just a slight deviation? I mean, if somebody's off a nickel or off 50 cents, or is that out? Or, I mean...
Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Chair, Representative, I don't have the authority by statute to wiggle. I have to follow the guidelines. But I can say that as I was sitting in the chair for most of today, I was reviewing business applications. I did go through 2 payroll registers from companies. I found 2 people that seemed to be making less than the required minimum, and I've sent them both emails saying, I see that your wage appears to be lower than the minimum. Do you include fringe benefits? Because we do count that when we count compensation. As Representative Downey pointed out, we do not count contract employees. They are not contract workers. They are not employees of the company. You will find that most of these businesses, as I said, have very few employees. When they need services such as secretarial or janitorial, a company that only has 8 people isn't going to hire a janitor. It's just not a big enough company. They hire that out. And so that does not count against them in terms of being able to be certified to participate in the program.
Well, Mr. Chair?
Representative Ronbeck.
Mr. Nelson, I mean, are you suggesting that they would contract out office clerks or billing clerks and that sort of thing? I mean, that's kind of hard to build a company if you have to contract out everything. I mean, I just think this is very easy.
Mr. Chair, Representative, 2 things. One, it has not come to my attention from the businesses that I deal with that it is a problem for them. I think in the year and a half that the program has been in existence, I think we had 1 company that they were running into the wage minimum problem and said, oh, well, we'll give that person $1 an hour raise. It didn't seem to be a problem for you.
I just really, you guys don't set wages. That's not your job. I mean, and I understand people want to comply and be, part of the program and so on and so forth. So you sort of have some leverage on them. But if you're talking about Greater Minnesota, wage rates are very different from one corner of the state to the next. Very different, competitive situations. So it just seems to me there ought to be flexibility, at the very least, sort of a 2-tier system that you would have the latitude to use.
Any further discussion on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Schley?
I want to comment on Mr. Nelson's point. I'm sure he does not see them because the ones that don't meet the requirement don't get filed and don't get to him. And if a client comes to me and they've got people that they're paying $17, pay them the extra $1.50. It's the problem where you've got the people who are at the lower wages, very low wages, that it makes it expensive to do it. Plus, now you've got the company that's I'll pick the town, I'm from Faribault, that's in Faribault, that they're going to be paying their secretarial staff $4 or $5 an hour above what the going rate is in town. I think that's an unfair burden on them.
Further discussion? Mr. Schley?
May I speak to a different aspect of the bill? And this is...
You got all night.
Thank you. This is not something where I disagree with the purpose or disagree with the policy. This is something where I believe that the language does not accomplish what it's intended to do. The way that the credit works is that the investor needs to be a qualified investor and the business has to be a certified business. Both of them have an obligation post-transaction to do certain things. With the investor, it's hold the investment for 3 years or he has to give the credit back. With the business, it's basically continue to maintain your presence in Minnesota, your office and your majority of your payroll. And if the company does not do that, it's required to pay a penalty. It doesn't have a credit give back, but it pays a penalty that's essentially return of the credit. It goes down over time. The way, and those provisions are in the statute now. The way this works is the credit gets revoked. So if I'm an investor in a small company and 4 months after I invest, it engages in one of the transactions that is objectionable.
Mr. Schley, I'm not cutting you off, but could you give us an idea how long you want to talk?
All night. No, seriously, I don't have much longer.
You told him.
Approximately how many hours do you need?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes. It really is that short.
Okay, thank you.
Because I do not disagree.
I'm not cutting you off, I just wanted to
I
know.
appreciate it. I do not disagree with the purpose of the amendment. The problem is that if the disqualification happens, I have to turn to my clients and say, you're okay, but your investor lost the money. And it is not retroactive. It is a disqualification going forward. So if my client comes in, does the offering, gets the credit, then they engage in this transaction. The way the bill reads, they don't have to pay it back. They're now disqualified from doing a second transaction. And all I'm asking on this is I would ask you to ask counsel to take another crack at drafting it, and I'd be happy to share comments. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to do that. I'd create something until yesterday or day before at the Senate hearing.
Madam Chair?
Mr. Nelson? Yes.
Mr. Schley is referring to the language that we'll commonly refer to as sort of anti-gaming provisions of Representative Downey's bill. These provisions were reviewed by Mr. Michael, and perhaps he has some comments on them.
Mr. Michael, you seem eager to provide comments. Or no? No. All right.
Madam Chair,
Mr.
may I offer to Mr. Michael to point to specific sections before he responds, if he would like me to? Okay.
Madam Chair. Thank you.
Representative Downey.
Maybe I can just close this up. Originally, the negotiations with the department were on the hopes that this would actually find its way to passage. I'm hearing from the other side of the aisle that that isn't going to happen, so perhaps Representative Rumbeck and I could work on something that would find some of that middle ground on the minimum wage thing between here and Ways and Means, or between here and the floor, and we can put something in that's a little more agreeable to this middle ground we've discussed. But I'd just urge passage of it so we can get it roughly in the shape that it can advance.
Thank you, Representative Downey. Any other comments? Do you have additional comments, gentlemen, to our guest bearers?
I actually have one, but it's not exactly on point, and I apologize, but it's kind of a one-upsmanship. When I moved back from Chicago, I bought a 1984 Chevy Cavalier, 4-cylinder. About 2 years later, I upped and I bought a new one. I gave the old one to my dad, who was retired, who just needed something to get out of town. After he died and my daughter got her license, I got the same car back. Only at this point, it was, depending upon the time, it was either a 2-cylinder when you started it up, or after it had run a while, the 3rd cylinder would start running, and you couldn't go uphill until after you had a bit of a run at it.
All right. Well, keeping with the theme today, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Linczewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can I just as an off this amendment, we're past it, or no, we're still on it?
We're still on it.
We're still on
I'll
it.
wait.
Representative.
Maybe, if you wouldn't mind, I am just dying to figure out where Representative Mack's little girl has been. She was there, and now she's back, and I've been wondering where she's been, and she's just adorable. I think all of us over here have been watching her on and off all day. And
Representative Linczewski, she's been doing what Colin Olsos would like to be doing. She's been sleeping on my office floor.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
She's been napping. We ran into a babysitter crunch today, so she's been here for taxes all day.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. We've just been distracted, all of us over here.
Well, thank you, Representative Linczewski. And speaking of Representative Mack, she had asked me how long I thought things were going to go today. So if you want to give her any signal on that, she's wondering if she should call her husband to come and pick the baby up, or if we're going to wrap it up and she gets to go home with the baby. So any clue? Okay. All right. Members,
You want to go dancing, right?
any further discussion? Representative Loeffler.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any problems with setting a goal in terms of Greater Minnesota. Quite honestly, I remember when this was presented, it was about how businesses cluster and investors cluster, and I suspect their early people locate their businesses where the rich people are to give them the first money, and to work with the research universities and those sorts of things. But it does have something in here that gives them an advantage to locate in Greater Minnesota. And once again, we're going to get back to the thing that the legislative auditor has criticized, which is, just moving companies around, rating them between communities, because you get a better advantage if you move. And I just can't support that, even though I understand the problem you're addressing.
Further discussion? Representative Downey, are you an attorney, sir?
Yes, I am.
You get paid by the hour, don't you?
Well, today I'm not here representing a client, so no.
Oh, you said that. That's right. Okay. Representative Downey moves the H2 337A22 amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Item next. Representative Gottwald.
Mr. Chair, I move the A23 amendment.
The A23 amendment has been moved by Representative Gottwald. Two-year amendment. Representative Gottwald.
Mr. Chair, I am carrying this amendment on behalf of Representative Larry Hosch, Representative Tim O'Driscoll. It is specifically to address an issue with the St. John's Abbey and University, but it extends more fairly and evenly to other religious organizations in a similar situation. Right now, St. John's Abbey and University is one nonprofit organization. So food purchases and food that's used between the Abbey and the university are all inside of that nonprofit and non-taxable. They want right now to take the same two entities that are one and break them into two separate nonprofits and still share the food between the two. By doing that, though, they expose that food to a tax. And what they'd like to do is exempt that. So this is revenue we're not currently receiving, so it's not going to cost the state anything in current tax revenues. The state may look at it and say that in the future, because of this break, there would have been some tax revenues, and so there's some question about that. I know Representative Hosch doesn't necessarily agree with the fiscal people looking at that prospectively, but it costs us nothing right now, and it would be very helpful to St. John's and other religious institutions of a like kind. And so I would encourage a nice bipartisan yes vote on this.
Ms. Dalton, what are your thoughts on this? Because Greg Davis cares.
Did I get it right?
Mr. Chair, Representative Gottwald did a very nice explanation of it. The only other thing I would add is that the reason that the Abbey and the university are separating is because of an accreditation requirement for the university. This is not something that they would otherwise be choosing to do. This is something that they need to do to maintain accreditation.
Representative Gottwald. Representative Lincheski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Gottwald, I want to thank you. And I know Representative Gottwald and I were working on it yesterday, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for being able to just do this. I went to St. Ben's, St. John's, and for those of us who, you guys will all recall that on Johnny Benny Day, we all bring the bread and the ham and the honey butter and all that stuff. And maybe we'll have to have the monks and the nuns come and talk to us in the retiring that room, say thanks. But I do genuinely really appreciate solving this problem for Representative Hosch very quickly. So thank you.
And Mr. Chair, just in the interest of détente,
Gottwald,
this is a Tommy carrying a Johnny bill. So I mean,
whoa.
Just let the record show.
Ms. Templin, got a little question on some of the numbers here, and I know, and I think everything's been described properly. While Ms. Templin's coming up here, Representative Gottwald, what's the Holy Father's position on this?
Mr. Chair, I haven't spoken with him.
Okay, I think he likes it, and I think I like it. Ms. Templin?
Cynthia Templin, House Fiscal Staff. There is not currently an official revenue estimate for this proposal. We've received unofficial information. Revenue is finalizing their estimate. Their preliminary estimate is that this would have, beginning in fiscal 13, an estimated revenue loss of $50,000 per year. That's unofficial.
For every village.
I'd suggest, members, that I hope you can support this, and if there's problems down the road, we'll get that figured out. Representative Gottwald renews his motion to pass the amendment H2 337A25. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails.
A23, actually, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry. Whoa, I just got mine on there.
That's how you do it.
Sneaky.
That's how you do it.
I would...
the A23.
Motion to reconsider, pulling back the A25 amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. Representative Gottwald
Renew my
moves the
motion.
H2337-825 amendment. All in favor, say
No,
aye.
823.
823. Let me do that again. Representative Gottwald moves, and it's only 5:15. Representative Gottwald moves the H2337-823 amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails.
Thank you.
Okay, there are other amendments. Are there other amendments? I know there's the 825 one that we passed, then we unpassed, and now it's here. Are there other? I don't want that one.
Mr. Chairman, could I ask a quick question about the last one? I had my hand up
Sure.
and you went into the vote.
I'm sorry.
When it says established, would, if another religious group or order were to be established, is that prohibitive?
Well, I believe it.
I mean, are we kind of grandparenting
And
current
everybody
ones
else.
is the
Ms.
question?
Mr. Chair, Representative Carlson, I mean, the intent is really just to deal with St. John's. As we understand, this is the only religious university right now that actually has this problem because they're the only ones who actually share their dining hall. None of the other ones, St. Kate's or St. Ben's or...
Well, that's the purpose,
Carl.
Mr. Chairman, of the question. I'm not interested in holding it up, but I understood that it was just to cover that situation, but with the saying established, I wasn't sure if there were one in the future that would somehow be in the same situation, if they would be covered. They perhaps are. I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you, Representative Carlson. Okay, are there any other amendments? Okay, I will move the H2337A32 amendment, which is being handed out. Not really. Ms. Dolan, could you please explain the A32 amendment as members are receiving it? Please listen to Ms. Dolan.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, we earlier discussed the author's A25 amendment, but somebody pointed out to me that we were missing one section of the LGA portion. So if you, and so basically this is the A25 amendment with the extra section added, and the section that was added is on page 2, and it's 214 to 2.26, and this is actually the real substance of the LGA part that says cities under 5,000 get the greater of what they got in 2012 or what the formula says they should get in 2013. And it was just left out of the original amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton. Anyone from the audience would like to testify on behalf of the amendment or with concerns? Discussion from members? Hearing none, I will move the H2337A32 amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion prevails. And by the way, just as a disclaimer, all the cities in District 31B get nothing. Just...
Oh, that's not true, Chair.
Such altruism,
Good
Mr.
point.
Chair.
Good point. Okay, with that, discussion to the bill as amended. Representative Marquardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I think I probably have the furthest to go home yet tonight, so I have, I think, the luxury to speak for a few minutes. I know it's been a long debate, but, I think everyone here around this table wants to see some business property tax reduction. Back when Representative Lincheski was the chair of the tax committee, we had some pretty big property tax reduction bills. And even in some of the times when it wasn't as good, you had a deficit, the House never, ever, and I know we've got folks from the chamber that ever went after the business property tax. We never raised that, where in the other body, they went at it wholeheartedly and would raise that. But in all due respects, Mr. Chair, this bill, it's not balanced. It's out of whack. It doesn't have the right priorities. And even though last year we had $71 million increase on homeowners, there's only $3.5 million of relief. In fact, if you look at this whole package when it gets phased in, well, ultimately when it gets phased in, it's all pretty much commercial industrial, but even with the 3.5 one time, it's only 1%. Homeowners get 1% of the relief. And last year, on ag land for farmers, there was an increase of $52 million. $52 million, and there is nowhere this year or in the next 12 years in this bill one dime of property tax relief for farmers. Not one dime. And, you know, when you go back and you look at the last 10 years, members, the last 10 years, homeowners' property taxes went up about, I think I hear, 91% in the last 10 years. Homeowners went up about 91%.
Over 10 years?
And ag land went up like 150% in the last 10 years. And businesses, about 50. So if you go back in the last 10 years, homeowners 92%, ag land 152% increase, businesses about 54%. And so, you know, you look at last year's tax bill, huge increases on homeowners and ag land. Last 10 years, huge increases on homeowner and ag land. And yet, there's virtually no relief at all for those folks. And I know Representative Loon made an excellent point yesterday, where she talked about we're a business. If you don't make a profit, you know, you have a loss, you still have to pay the property taxes. Well, the same is true for a farmer or a homeowner. If a spouse or a family member loses a job, or loses wages with their job being reduced, your income goes down. You still have those property taxes to pay. So, you know, I just think we're just putting all the eggs in one basket. And when I looked through the bill, you know, saying you're putting all those eggs in one basket, there's no guarantee of one new job creation. I think the only spot in the bill where there's anything really related to a job creation is that veteran tax credit. I think that's it. Otherwise, there's no other place where it says, we're giving you this break, you have to create a job. And as Representative Hortman said, and you talk with folks, sales will drive, and the demand will drive the employees. And by putting more dollars in the pockets of homeowners and farmers, I know farmers up and down the Red River Valley, you can put more dollars in those pockets. They're going out and buying more things. One other thing when I talk about balance is that when this is fully phased in, this bill, 65% of all the benefits go to the metro area. Now, one thing I always wanted to make sure of is any time we had a tax bill that it hit everyone as equally as possible. And, you know, if you take away the seasonal rec portion, it's about 68% go to the metro area. And yet last year's tax bill, 64% of last year's tax hike of $370 million was paid by rural Minnesota. So it just, in so many respects, this bill is just out of whack. And, you know, I know we've already talked about the renter's credit. And members, I talked earlier about sitting around the table with senior citizens, and I know not one of you would ask them to pay for your tax benefit. I know you wouldn't. But you are in this bill today. You are in this bill going to ask those who have the least ability to pay for huge, huge tax benefits for a lot of wealthy corporations. And businesses throughout the state, but a lot of wealthy corporations. Those simply are the wrong priorities. And the final comment I want to make, and it would solve all of this that I just mentioned as far as kind of the unbalance and the priorities, and that is if you were to restore the homestead credit. If you were to restore the homestead credit, it would give back that relief where you saw the huge increases. You know, about $260 million of that $370 million of increase last year was directly related to the elimination of the homestead credit. And that hit folks around the state very hard. And I think all of you have heard about that from from constituents. It's hitting them. And yet, we do nothing in this bill other than one-time $3.5 million of the targeting that really isn't going to make a hill of beans in the whole stretch of things. So we all like business property tax relief. Quite frankly, we can't afford what's in here for starters because it leaves a $5 billion hole in the next 13 years in our budget. But we should, if we're going to do this, we should target everyone fairly. Homeowners need a property tax cut. I mean, they have seen their property taxes almost double in the last 10 years. Farmers have seen their property taxes go up 2.5 times. They need a property tax reduction also. So, members, I would ask people to, think about who's footing the bill on this. And we saw testifiers yesterday on who was footing the bill and the direct impact on their everyday needs and quality of life. They're footing the bill for folks who didn't ask for them to foot the bill, so they can get huge, huge benefits for wealthy corporations. That's simply not fair, and members, please vote no, and I would like to call for a roll call vote on this.
Roll call being requested. There will be a roll call. Just a couple things here. First of all, we were working on clarifying the governor's position, and basically he supports, I got to get this right, he supports the project, but hasn't officially come out on all the financing stuff. So, but we're still working on it because we were talking to staff, and so they haven't directly talked to him. But he has said at various meetings and locations that he supports the project. But that's very important because I don't want to go around saying the governor supports something unless the governor supports something, and I was told that he supports something. So, but we will clarify that. Our next meeting will be at 10:15 on Tuesday. Representative Downey. Or do you have any questions or comments? Or if not, we'll go. There's been a...
No, Mr. Chair, I was just going to say, gosh, last year we got a chance to vote to repeal the 2% provider tax, and today we get a chance to vote to repeal the statewide commercial and industrial property tax. This is a good day. Thank you for the bill. I'm sure we can find lots of stuff in it that we may or may not like, but boy, this is a good vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the committee thank you, Representative Downey. The committee legislative assistant will take the roll.
Chair Davids.
Yes.
Representative Loon. Aye. Representative Linczewski. No. Representative Anderson.
Yes.
Representative Bills.
Yes.
Representative Biskins.
Yes.
Representative Carlson.
No.
Representative Depke.
Yes.
Representative Downey.
Yes.
Representative Drazkowski.
Aye.
Representative Erickson.
Yes.
Representative Garofalo.
Excuse.
Representative Garofalo is excused. Representative Gottwalt.
Yes.
Representative Hortman.
No.
Representative Kiffmeyer.
Aye.
Representative Knuth.
No.
Representative Coonan.
No.
Representative Lesh. No. Representative Loeffler.
No.
Representative Mack.
Yes.
Representative Marquardt.
No.
Representative Myra.
Yes.
Representative Paymar.
No.
Representative Runbeck.
Aye.
Representative Wardlow. Representative Wardlow is excused.
There being 14 ayes and 9 nays, the bill is passed. Okay, with that, members, as amended, the bill as amended is passed. Okay, so, and referred to Ways and Means. Okay, so the bill is passed by a 14-9 vote as amended and sent to Ways and Means. With that, members, I just really want to thank you, every one of you. I want to thank the staff for all your work today. I really appreciate that. Good government all the time. We are adjourned until Tuesday at 10:15 a.m.